Welcome to Test Troop, your go-to hub for professional knowledge sharing. In this playlist, I will be covering everything you need to know about APIs, from the basics till and hands-on API testing and automation technique. Whether you are new to API testing or looking to sharpen your skills, this series will guide you through the entire process. Before we dive into our series of API testing videos, I want to take a moment to discuss why API testing is crucial in end-to-end testing landscape. In my experience as test architect, I had numerous conversations with test engineers and trying to understand what is their end-to-end testing approach. 90% of the time, I get a typical answer that they collaborate initially with product owners or the business analyst to understand the end-to-end user journey. And they try to collect test data to execute this end-to-end test journey. For each test data, they know what is an input and expected and what is an expected results. During the test execution, basically they trigger a series of actions through the front end and verify the data lands into the downstream system, or the user interface itself displays the expected result and mark the test case as successful. However, what they often overlook is that what happens behind the scenes, especially how the interactions happens between the front end to the database or through the downstream systems or to the external systems. This lack of visibility into the internal working of an application highlights the need to include API testing as an integral part of end-to-end testing. Let us consider a simple banking application involving the front end, back end microservices, and master database. Imagine the user is performing a basic test to check the balance of a customer savings account. What he does basically is he logs into the banking application with the valid credentials. Once the login is successful, he goes to the main page and clicks on account summary button, and he basically sees that the balance is displayed on the user interface. During this course of testing, as soon as he sees the balance is being displayed on the front end, the user marks this test case as pass. But here there is a critical question: is the displayed account balance is actually correct or not? To analyze this scenario more thoroughly, let's break down the series of interactions that happens. When the user clicks on an account summary, the front end basically retrieves an account details from the master database. This happens via the API. If you see this diagram that is shown in the presentation, the front end, the presentation layer directly does not communicate with the backend. In between, there is an backend business logic that exposes a set of API to perform a certain operation with the database. For example, to retrieve the account summary, there may be an API that is designed. To perform a payment, there may be another API that is being designed to perform these actions. So the backend business logic exposes the set of APIs to perform the different operations. In this case, to ensure the front end is correctly calling the API that gets an account summary, we can implement a small test that invokes a same API with the same parameters. By comparing the response that we are getting from the API with the data that is shown in the front end, we can verify the current information is displayed or not. Basically, this API is giving us a lot of information, but the information that is useful to us is the account summary. So we can compare from the API response the account summary with the account summary that is being displayed on the front end, and then we can mark the test is passed or not. If you want to go little deeper into testing, we can also design a test case wherein we can validate the backend developer has implemented the API correctly or not. This can be done by writing a simple test that basically queries the database with the same parameters that API uses. It may be with the username, with the username, with the password, which table the data to be queried, and etc. etc. Using this information that API being uses, we can also write a set of the queries to query the database, and then the output of the query, if it matches with the API response, then we can say that the API is implemented correctly or not. Incorporating the API testing in your end-to-end testing strategy provides a deeper level of validation and ensures that all layers of applications are functioning correctly, not just the front end. This is why the API testing is not just nice to have but necessary in modern software testing. Let us start by asking a very simple question. What are APIs? API stands for Application Programming Interface. The term interface is key here. An interface serves as a bridge, allowing the different entities to work together by establishing a common set of rules or a protocol for interactions. So the two entities can be two software programs or the two applications. So the interface serves as a bridge to communicate two applications or the two different programs together by establishing or by setting up a kind of contract or a protocol or a set of rules for the communication to between them. Let us understand the interface by giving some real world examples. Have you heard about HDMI? HDMI is an interface that allows the audio and video source devices such as DVD players, the gaming devices, or or it can be a laptop to connect to your monitors or an televisions to display the video contents. Okay. Regardless of each device internal operation, HDMI standard ensures the compatibility across all the devices by maintaining the uniform connector size, pin configuration, and data formats for audio and video. What I meant to say here, the each device basically operates differently, right? For example, the laptop is meant for doing the programming, the Blu-ray player is meant for playing the Blu-ray disc. Regardless the internal operations of these devices, HDMI basically uh, provides a standards for an audio and video, so that the connecting devices like monitors or connecting devices like monitors um, or your televisions can seamlessly display the content out from these devices, right? So basically HDMI basically here acts as an interface. HDMI standards defines the size for the pin configuration, the data formats for audio and video. Okay, this shared interface basically allows the diverse devices to seamlessly communicate with the monitor, ensuring the consistent and effective transmission of outputs. So the primary purpose of an API is to enable the two software programs, or two software applications to communicate with each other regardless of their underlying architecture or underlying technology or underlying the functionalities. API allows the application devices slash the data sources to work together in a seamless manner, enabling the creation of more complex and interconnected systems. So when we expanded the API, we told that API is application programming interface. So we understood what is an interface. So this interface basically allows the two application to interact each other programmatically. So the so the APIs can be easily called via the programs that is written in an application that allows the two applications to communicate with each other. Let us explain an API through a simple restaurant analogy. When you go to a restaurant, you don't go into the kitchen directly to prepare your meal. Instead, you select your dish from the menu, and the restaurant staff takes care of taking an order and bringing the food when it is finished. Here, the restaurant staff acts as a bridge between you and chef. Similarly, an API allows the user or a computer program to request a needed service or a data from another applications without needing to know how these requests are handled internally. This presentation clearly illustrates the working of API with a help of restaurant analogy. Let's explain an API with an real world example. Have you ever wondered how your mobile weather application provides accurate weather updates even though your mobile phone does not collect, uh, collect the weather data directly from satellites? Here, your mobile application retrieves the weather information from a server which sources the weather data from meteorological department. When you try to check the weather from your mobile application sends a request via an API to a server which then supplies the necessary data to your application giving you the latest weather conditions. The working of mobile app is illustrated in this diagram. Here API acts as an interface to the data from server. Note that APIs are intended for use by programs and developers, not for directly interaction by the end users. They typically lack a user-friendly interface. That is why the name application programming interface. That means the applications can call the APIs via the programming. Key terminologies used in APIs. The first one is a client or a service consumer. The client is the one which basically requests for a service. In case of a restaurant menu, this would be you placing an order. Okay. In context of the mobile application, it's a mobile application itself asking for a weather data for a given location for a given time, right? For a given time. The service provider or a server, it's a basically an entity that responds to your request. Service providers are the one who has a set of functionalities or services to offer. Example can be a web server. In case of a restaurant, this could be a chef who is preparing your order. In case of a mobile application, this is a server that collects the data from the weather department and sends the data back to the mobile application. Request is the way how the client uh, communicates with an API to perform a certain action. In case of restaurant, you are specifying the type of your meal. For example, if you're ordering a burger, you're specifying what kind of bread to be used, what kind of salads that needs to be filled, what kind of cheeses, whether it is an extra cheese or things like that. Right? Basically, specifying what services that you are basically requesting. Response is the data that is sent back or the services that is sent back from the API once or an after processing your request. It is basically like receiving your order once it is prepared. But in some cases, you will also get an updates or the notification telling that there is a delay in preparing your food. that can also be considered as a response. Let us talk about the types of APIs and their means of communication. The table basically says what are the different types of APIs we have and what are the means of what are the protocols that is being used for the communication. The first one is a web API. As the name indicates, it's an API over the web. These are the interfaces for web services that allows the application to interact over the internet. The protocols used here are HTTP or secured HTTP. Some of the examples could be REST APIs, GraphQL APIs. The the weather-based application that we talked about earlier in this session is a good example for web APIs. The use cases can be accessing a data from the different systems. Example from the web services, integrating with third-party platforms, fetching the online resources. The local API is a set of APIs that are available within the system itself. If you, for example, if you consider our laptop or our desktop, there is an hardware, and upon which there is an operating system, and upon which there is an application layer. If the user or an application layer wants to communicate with the hardware, then there are a lot of APIs that are provided by the operating system uh, that helps you to communicate from the application layer into the hardware layer. Some example could be creating a file uh, in a file system, the create file APIs. These are some of the examples. As the description indicates, the API is used within a single device or a system to interact with the local software or an hardware component. The communications protocol used here is an inter-process communication, which we, in a short form, we call it as an IPC. Examples could be Windows APIs, POSIX APIs. These are the system level APIs that performs the system level operations, interacting with local hardware, managing the application resources, etc., etc. The remote APIs are the APIs that enables a communication between many systems over a network. They often spread across the different locations. Good example could be our Google Cloud or an Azure Cloud or an AWS Cloud. They in turn use HTTP or an HTTPS as a communication protocol. Along with that, they also use TCP/IP as a communication protocol. Some of the examples could be SOAP API, which is a simple object access protocol, or the PRC, which is a remote procedure call APIs. As I already told, the cloud services, remote data access, inter-service communication in a distributed systems are an example for remote APIs. Coming back to the final API, which is called as a library API. The APIs are provided by software development kit or in software libraries, which has got for to perform a certain kind of an functionalities for the developers. In a simple terms, we can say that these are the normal the functions. Okay, the C plus functions that is exposed by this software development kit to perform a certain operations, and protocols used is depends on the libraries. Some of the examples could be jQuery APIs, TensorFlow APIs. Yeah. Using these APIs, you can build a nice user interfaces. For example, there are in Python there are a set of libraries that offers data science. The library that offers a lot of operations that we can do with the data sets. This really brings an end of this session. This is about some basics concepts about API. Thank you for watching. Web service and web APIs. Web service is an online resource that offers specific functionalities. Example, the weather service, the geolocation service, the payment service, currency conversion services. These are some of the examples. It basically enables different applications to communicate and share information by adhering to the standard protocols and formats, thereby ensuring the seamless interaction between these diverse systems. Let us consider an example of a parking application which basically uses geolocation service to identify the exact location of the parking and thereby calculate the payment fees, parking fees, right? Yeah. So web API on the other hand, web API is kind of an API which uses web as an communication medium. That means all the communication that happens over a web, over an internet. It specifies how the request and response should be formatted, allowing the application to interact with each other. For example, a weather app might use a web API to retrieve weather data from online services. In this video, let's explore HTTP and HTTPS. In my last video, I briefly touched about web APIs. What are web APIs? Web APIs are the interfaces accessible over the web via HTTP or HTTPS. Web APIs are essential for the web services to connect to other applications and provide the data to mobile and web platform. Today, around 70 to 80% of the APIs are web APIs. What does it mean? It means that these APIs use web or internet as a channel for communication, and they solely rely on HTTP or HTTPS protocol to establish the communication. Therefore, having a solid understanding of HTTP or HTTPS is very crucial and must for anyone who is working with APIs. Let us further understand the concept of HTTP and HTTPS by using weather application as an example. In this scenario, the weather application sends a message to a server asking for the weather information for a specific geographical location. This message is known as a request in the world of API. The server receives this message or a request, processes it, and then sends back the requested information or a data back to the mobile application. The return message, here it is called as response. The entire communication between the application and a server over web is facilitated by HTTP. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. The protocol that defines a set of rules how the data is being transmitted over the internet or the web. In addition to HTTP, we also have HTTPS, which is a secured version of HTTP that encrypts a message between the client or an application to a server or from a server to the mobile application so that the two parties remain private and secure, so that the communication between the two parties remain private and secure. We understood that HTTP or HTTPS is a protocol that defines a set of rules for two parties to communicate over internet or web. But what are these rules? How we can see them? This can be easily explained by clearly examining the structure of request and response. These protocols that defines a clear structure for the request and response, how it should look like. If we break down the entire HTTP request, it will have an address, then it will have an HTTP method, it has an header and a body. The first one is address, which is also called as an URL or URI. The full form is Uniform Resource Locator or an identifier, which basically an address of the resource that you are requesting it, which is a combination of a server address and a path to a particular resource. In this API, basically we are using api.weatherapi.com, which is the address of the server, and current.json is a resource that we are requesting here, right? So which is called as a resource here, which is a resource, here. Second one is about the method. The method basically tells what kind of operation that we are performing with the particular resource. In this case, we are performing a post request. That means we are trying to create a new record, or you are trying to update the existing record on a server. The commonly used methods are the get, which is to retrieve the data from a server. The post is to create a new record or to modify the existing record on a server. Put is basically to update the content of the existing record on a server. Delete is to basically delete already existing record from the server. Headers are some metadata or some special information that is needed by the server in order to understand the request and to process the request. If you see in this case, we are passing a header as a content type, which is of JSON format, that we are telling the server that the message body from the request is of type JSON, and please use the JSON parsing method to parse this data. Sometimes the communication between the client and server are protected. In such cases, you need to send some keys in order to perform the authorization, which can be a basic username or a password, which can be a personal access token, or it can be an OAuth token that is used for the communication that allows the client to communicate with the server. These are basically headers are basically some special information or a metadata. The body is an actual information that is sent to the server. It's actual data that is being sent to the server. Typically, the body is used in request methods or like post, put, or a patch. In case of a get, we generally don't use the body, which has been empty. In this example, what we are sending to the server is about the geolocation. We are trying to post a request with the geographical location. For example, if you see, we are sending the coordinate in terms of latitude and longitude, or the location as a London and things like that, to get the data from this particular weather data from these particular locations. Okay, and the body, the content of this body can be of format like JSON or an XML. If it is a JSON, then we will specify like application/JSON. If it is an XML, we specify application/XML. After processing the request, the server sends a response back to the client, and the structure of the response is something like this, which has got a status code followed by the status description, header, and a body. Status code is a 3-digit code that indicates the outcome of the request. Some of the common codes are 200 OK, where the request is successful. 404 is an resource not found. That means you are trying to access some request which is not available in the server. 500 is something wrong in a server. This is an internal error server. So I will take you through some comprehensive list of status code at the end of this video. The header, like how we have a request header, we also have an response headers, which are basically a metadata, which also if you see some of the commonly used metadata are the content type or the content length. Here basically it tells the response, the body that server sends back to the client is of type either JSON or an XML. It also says how many bytes this body contains, right? Response body contains. Okay, and that is not documented here. This is here it is only shows a body. The body is basically the content of a response, which can be in the form of HTML or a JSON or an image or etc. etc. Sometimes you can also have an empty body. For example, you are trying to create a new record using a post, then you will get a response code as 201 that says that your request has been created, but there is no body that is being sent, right? So so these are all the sometimes there can also be a body content which can be which can be an empty, all right? So for the last request that we sent in the last slide, we have seen the structure of the request, where we have sent a request to the server, post request. In response to this post request, the server has sent this particular data, which is in a JSON format, which basically contains lot of information like the location for which the weather data is being sent, what is the coordinate, what is the region, and basically if you see, it completely tells about the weather data, like what is the temperature in centigrade, in a Fahrenheit, uh, for how long this data is valid. Is it for a week or is it for a day? And the wind speeds and etc. etc. This is how basically the response structure looks like. Let us understand the HTTP request structure in terms of an post as an analogy. If you When you are posting a letter, you need to write an address which is equivalent to the address that is explained like URL or URI in the request. You are specifying the address to whom you are sending basically the letter. Then you will have to apply a postcard or certain kind of a barcode over your letter that basically is equivalent to an header. These are some extra information that is needed to process your letter. Then you are putting your letter into this envelope, right, which where there is an address written, where you have put the stamp, right? So this basically contains the information that you want to send it to your friend or your relative, here which is equivalent to the request body that you are sending to a server. Hope you clearly understood the structure of request and response with this analogy. Let us go through the different HTTP methods. For this demonstration, I have used a API that manages the user details. All the resources are managed under a resource group called user. Okay, the first one is a GET request, which basically is used for retrieve a certain data from the server. If you see this example here, we are trying to um, get a user record 123. That means we are going to retrieve the information about the user with an ID 123. Okay, so when you basically hit this, when hit the API, uh, the server responds you with a set of data which can basically look like this, right? So here the user has an user has an ID called 123. His first name is John, his last name, email, etc., etc., right? It basically manages the complete detail about a user. So if you want to retrieve the detail of a user, you can get this via the method called get method, where you have to along with your server URL, you also need to specify what resource you are looking for. There may be a multiple user record. There may be an user with the user ID 1, 2, 3, etc., right? So you will have to specify which user information that you are looking for. And if you want to get the entire users, whatever the records that are created in the server, you want to get information about all the users, then you can specify by just like get slash users. Don't put the last 1, 2, 3. If you put slash user, you're trying to get all the user records from the server. Okay, the post is basically used to create a new record in the server. So if you want to add a new user into your server database, then you can do it via the post. A typical example like onboarding a new employee. New employee has joined your organization and you want to put his details into the employee database, then you can use it via the post request. The put request is basically to change or change the information. Okay, it is basically to update the current resource already existing the data with the new data. The typical example could be your employees the first name has changed, so you want to update, then you can use it via the put resource. The delete, basically it deletes a um, particular record from the server. The example is, if I want to delete this user record 123, I can just by giving the server address slash user slash 123 with a method as a delete, it basically deletes the complete record. The typical example could be the employee has resigned from his current organization, then you can delete his information from the employee database using the delete command. The patch command is only used to change a partial information, right? Partial information of the user. For example, if you want to change his address, for example, if he is in the same street and his zip code has been changed, then you can do it via the patch request. Partially it changes the data, updates the resource with the new data. Okay, there is a difference between the put and the patch. Patch put is basically to update the you can update the entire record with the put, but with the patch you can only update a small record, right? Only if you want to change only the zip code, then you can use a patch. If you want to change the multiple information, then you can basically use the put instead of patch. Head is another method, but it is not commonly used. If you want to retrieve only the header information, if you want to retrieve only the header information without a response body, then you can use a head. It is similar to get, but get basically gets the header as well as the body. But if you don't want a body, only the header, then you can use the head information. Yeah, so for example, if you have an API, right? If you have an API and if you don't know what are the methods that API supports, then you can use option as a method. If you send an option, then you then basically if you say slash user 123, it basically uh, tells you what are the operations that you can perform with this user. Basically it will return you like, is get operation is possible, post operation is possible, delete operation is possible, things like that. Basically different types of options that are associated with a particular resource can be retrieved via the option. The trace is basically used to trace the information of the particular API call. It basically gives you the requested information for further debugging. Let us understand the differences between the post, put and patch. If you see here I am using the post command, the post method at the for the resource user. That means under the resource block called user, I am trying to create a new record where I am basically passing the body as request body as the first name as John, the last name as Dio, and email is something like this. And in response to this, I get an 201 response which says that the record is been created, and this is an ID of, and the body is something like this. This is basically an ID of the resource that is being created, and then this is the first name, and this is the last name, and this is an email. If you want to get the retrieve these information using a get command, then basically you'll have to use get slash user slash 123. If you give that, then you will get this information back from the server. As I explained, the put is basically used to update the existing record. If you want to update already existing record with the one or more fields, okay, many fields, then you can basically use basically the put method. If you see in the earlier example, the first name was John, then last name was Dio, and email was something like this. I in the put request, I am going to change these details. I will keep the first name as same, but I will basically change the last name and the email. Here the multiple records that I am going to change. And my endpoint would be something like user /123 with the method as a put, and it basically changes the server basically changes the record, and it sends me back 200 OK as a response code, and with the message body as something like this. And if you see, the record, user record has been changed here. So with the put, at the same time you can change the multiple records for already created record by the post, right? Okay, in case of patch, if you see, I want to only change the email ID of the user with the user ID 123. My request will be something like patch users 123, and my request body will be change this email, and I will get a response from the server as 200 OK with the body as something like this. If you change, if you see here, the email ID has been changed. These are the basic difference between post, put, and patch. Again, I want to reiterate: post is to create a new the new record. The put is basically to update already created account with multiple items that is going to change, but patch is to change one particular item of already created record. Okay, these are some of the commonly used response codes. 200 OK is your the request is successful, server has processed, and the request is success. Example, the get record, or the put method, or a patch method, or a delete. You just get a 200 as OK. 201 basically associate with the post method. When you try to create a new record, if the new record is created in the server successfully, then you will get an record as 201, which is successful. 204 no content, this request was successful, but there are no data to send it back. 400, these 400 series are basically the client issues. If there are some client issues, then you will get a set of 400 errors, start with 4. And if there are some server issues, it will be start with the 5, right? And all these 200 which are right, which are basically the successful operations. Okay, 400 bad request. Suppose you had to call an API in a manner that is specified in the API document. In case if you do some error in calling the API, you will get a 400 bad request. That means you are not calling the API properly. Okay, due to the invalid syntax. Okay, there been a certain syntax that has been said how to call this API, which is basically specified in a API specification document. When a certain the API developers who develop this set of APIs, then they basically write down the specification about the API, how to use it, what are the parameters to pass, and what kind of response it gets, and things like that. If you are not following these guidelines, then you will get a 400 errors. 401 is unauthorized. If there is some security, or if the connection is basically secure, that means server poses certain kind of an security to authenticate. Then if yeah, if you are not passing that authorization properly, then you will get a 400 error. If particular request is uh, bounded by an OAuth2 token, or an personal access token, or it may be an username and password, and in the request, in the get request, for example, you are trying to get retrieve a certain resource which is basically secured, and it needs a kind of an the password, username and password to retrieve that data. And if in your request you are not passing these information, then you will get a 401 error. Forbidden, that means server understands your request, but it is refuses to authorize this. You are basically forbidden to perform this operation. 404 is basically resource not found. You are trying to access the resource which is not there. For example, if you send something like get users slash -1 or user slash 999, where this 999 record that is not existing in the server, then it says that you are trying to request some resource information, but it is not available. 405 is method not allowed. That is, you are trying to perform a put method on a particular API, and if that method is not available for that API, this also you can find it out from the API specification. What are the methods that can be used for this particular API? And if you are trying to use that method, I also talked about the option, right? Option commands, if you use against the API, it basically gives a list of options or an operation that you can perform with the particular API. If you are, for example, if the post is not available for API and you are trying to use a post method, then it says that this method is not available. 500 is internal server error. There is some server error that is occurred, or server is down, or it is not responding to your request. It is not understanding your request, or it is not able to not. It is not question of understanding. It is not able to respond to your request. In such cases, basically you will get 500 error. 502 bad gateway. The server receives an invalid response from upstream server. Okay. Yeah, so if there is an upstream server where it is associated with the server, and if your server is not getting a proper response from an upstream server, then it gives basically a bad gateway. That means you are trying to access some resource from a server, but server needs additional information for this resource from another server. So it is basically connecting to another server to get this information. In such cases, if this transaction that fails from the upstream, we call it basically as an upstream system, then it is upstream systems are systems from where we retrieve the data. Downstream systems are systems where we send the data to, right? So trying to receive some information from the upstream system and it is not available, then you will get a bad gateway error. 503 is service unavailable. The server is currently unable to handle your request, usually due to it is being overloaded or it is down for the maintenance. In this video, I will guide you through the basics of Postman, exploring its core features and pricing model. We will start with the installation process and then dive into the demonstration how to run your first API test. Along the way, I will highlight the most commonly used UI elements in Postman so that you are well equipped to navigate and utilize this powerful tool effectively. Postman is a powerful tool used for API testing. It is available as a desktop application for Windows, Mac, and Linux operating system. It is also available as a web version. Without wasting any time, let's visit Postman website. This is the Postman website. Click on Enterprise tab to explore the list of functionalities that Postman offers. Under the application lifecycle, you can see that Postman can be used for design, develop, test, document, mock, monitor, and distribute the APIs. We will be using the testing capabilities of Postman in this tutorial. I would recommend you to watch the short video on Postman, how it is being used in the organization. Click on the pricing tab to understand the different pricing model that Postman API offers. For our testing, both from the manual and automation perspective, we will be using the free tiers, and most of the testing capabilities can be done using the free version of Postman. Click on the right icon to download the right version of Postman for Windows, Mac, and Linux. So at this point, I will not download any version because I already have a version installed on my Windows laptop. Let's go back to the home page. As I explained earlier, we can use the browser version of the Postman, or you can use the desktop version of the Postman. Irrespective of which version we are using, it is better to create an account with Postman for effectively using the Postman. Click on sign up for free button to create a free account. Specify your email ID. It need not be your work email. You can specify your personal email followed by the username and password. Then click on the create free account. Once you do this, you will receive an email on your provided email account. You just verify that email, your account is ready to be used by the postman. I will not create an account here because I already have an account. Rather, I will try to sign in. Click on the sign in button. Provide your registered email ID and password. Click on sign in. Your browser version is ready to use. But for my tutorial, the entire Postman tutorial, I will be using the desktop version. So the desktop version and browser version looks very similar. So there are no difference between them. So what I will do now for a time being, I will sign out. Then I will come back to the home page. Click on the start button, search for the Postman application, open the application. It takes some time to open the application. Wait till the application is open. Then now the application is open. You basically click home button and then click on login button. Log in with your registered username and password. In my case, it is this email ID I have used for creating my account. Click on it. Click on the open Postman button to open the Postman application. Now the application is ready to be used. Click on the manage account icon. You can see you are already logged in here. Without wasting any time, let us start creating a simple API test. For this example, I will be using a free API provided by Request. Let's go to this website and check the API specification. Let's scroll down to see what it offers. If you see here, it offers the bunch of APIs that to work with the user base. So it exposes a lot of APIs that works with the user base, such as listing the users, getting the details of single user. If you see here, creating a new user, updating the existing user, deleting the existing user. For this demonstration, we will use a simple get single user call where it is trying to get a details of a particular user. Let's click on this, and this is the path for the resource that we are requesting. And when we call this API, this is how the API is going to respond you back. If you remember, in my earlier tutorial, I talked about endpoint, which is a combination of your base URL and the path that you are requesting for, the path of the resource that you are requesting for. So in this case, the base URL is rec-res.in and the path is /API user /2. Okay, let us copy this and let's go back to Postman. Click on the plus icon to create a new request. Copy the base URL, go back to the website and copy the resource path. Yeah, now send this. If you see, you got 200 OK as a response. That means your transaction is successful, and along with that, the server also responded back with a particular data set. Let us compare side by, let us do the side by side comparison with the SPA specification document. Whatever the response that we got is matches with whatever specified in the API documentation. If you closely look at this, both the responses are looks alike. That means your API transaction is successful. Now let us closely examine the request and the response. Okay. And if you remember the last video, I talked about the structure of the request. The request has an URL or an URI or an address. You can see this is an address. It contains a method, the kind of an HTTP method. It can be get, post, put, patch, or a delete. In this case, we are using get as a method. Along with that, it also has something called as a header, which is a metadata needed by the server to process this particular request. If you see here, there are 7 hidden items are there. Let us click on this. Yeah, if you see, there are a lot of key value pair that we are passing. If you remember, in our last tutorial, I also mentioned about one of the commonly used the header parameter, which is called as an content type. And if you see the content type, what we are passing here is of type JSON. That is, we are specifying the server that the data that is coming from your request is of type JSON. We can yeah. So along with that, there is also an the body, as I explained in the last tutorial. For most of the get call, we don't have the body specified. Especially the body is specified for the request like post or for the patch where we need to update a record, or the put when where you need to update the entire record, or for the delete operations. Generally for the get operations, we don't use any kind of a body. So this is how the structure of your request looks like. And if you see, let us send this again. We have changed the content type, right? Content type as a JSON here. I maintain content type as JSON. So again, the call is successful. And if you closely examine the response structure, you have response status, which is a 3-digit code. Along with there is a description of the message. If it is an OK, that means that your transaction is successful. Along with that, you have a, if you see here, it is basically giving you the body. This is the response body. Yeah, and it is in the form of a JSON. And there is also a header, which is a kind of a metadata that is sent by the server to basically understand the request body. If you see what are the content it has, you see this content. There are a lot of parameters that is being specified. One of them is also a content type, right? So if you see, it also says that the response that is coming from the application is of type JSON. Yeah. So this is how this is the first test that shows, basically demonstrates how the Git API works. And also I also explained the structure of the request and response here. Let's say that while calling an API, you encountered an error, and you want to understand more why this error has been occurred. Then in that case, you can go to the console option. Console option lists the details of your API transaction. It gives you a request header in a raw format. It gives a response header, and it gives you a response body. Let us try to create an error while calling this API. Let us inject an error while calling this API. Before that, let's clear this log, and instead of API here, we will call it as PI. And yeah, so this should lead as a 404 error, because we are trying to request a resource which is not found in the server. Let's try this. exactly we got 404. Yeah, so it basically says that the requested resource is not found in a server. And if you go to console and trying to expand the response body, you will get a, yeah, so you will get an detailed HTML page. It basically trying to say what exactly is wrong. Okay, you can it gives very basically a very detailed information. This is how we can basically trace a call, right? To basically see where exactly is the error. While working with the API, generally you will come across a terminology called as collection. Collection is nothing but a group of tests pertaining to a particular API. This is basically how your tests are organized, something like your folder structure, right? So let us try to save this particular request by clicking on a save button. It basically starts asking for the request name. By default, it gives the endpoint URL. You can change this, get single user. Let us name it as get single user. And for the collection, you can provide a collection name. Let us say that first API test. On the left hand side, you can see how your tests are basically organized, right? It's the collections are basically how the tests are being organized. It's basically a collection of testers pertaining to a particular API. And while working with the APIs, some of the UI elements are very important. One of them is the center screen, where you can populate the request parameters, and that is especially this area. And another area is the response area, where basically server sends a response back to you. This left hand side is for the collection, how to organize your test, and this is for the console for the debugging purpose. And along with that, you can also see there is something called as an environment variable. Yeah, basically it is to manage the different kind of environment. If your organization has a different testing environments like dev, QA, acceptance, and there are different uh, and you need to test an API in a different environment, then you can manage your test under using the environment variable. So you can in such cases your base URLs will be different, but the your resource path will be still the same. For example, in case if you have a dev environment for requests, it could be like requests underscore or an hyphen uh, test.in for the test environment. So basically here the base URL is different, but the resource path will be the same. In such cases, environment variable can be used to configure your base URLs, irrespective of your environment being used. In this video, I will be explaining what Postman collections are, how to store configuration using collection variables, and how to effectively work with this variable to streamline your API testing and development process. I will be using request response.in APIs to explain this concept. Let's go to Postman. You can see I have already logged in. As I told earlier, to effectively use Postman, you need to log in first. And I don't have any open request here. Let's start creating a request by clicking a plus button. Let's go to the website and take the base URL, copy it, you can paste here, and also get the resource path for the resource you are interested in. So in this case, I want to select this particular single user request. Click on it, copy this request, and send the request. Yeah, you see the server responded with 200 OK. That means your API transaction is successful and you got a response, right? Do you see a red dot here? it indicates that the current request is not saved. So let's click on a save button to save a request, and the dialog pops up asking under which collection this request has to be saved. So the collection is an important terminology used in Postman. Okay, uh, collection is like a folder where you can store a multiple request. You can think of a collection as a group of tests for a specific API. Let us take an example of this particular website. This website is basically an user management system who provides APIs to create, update, retrieve the user records. You can save all these API requests in a collection called user management API test. So let's give a useful name here as a user management API test. It also prompts a name for a request. By default, it gives the URL itself or an address itself. Let us give get single user record. Then click on a save. You can see under my workspace, you can see the collection name. Under the collection, we have saved get user single record, right? And if you see here, you don't see any the orange dot. If I do a change here, again you see that there is some change. It is indicating that there is some change. If you want to save this change, you can save by clicking a save button. Let us restore this back. Okay, let us create another request under the same collection. In this case, I want to basically try to do a negative test where the user is not available. Copy this base request here, base URL, then go back to the website and take this resource path, fire this request. You see this 404, that means this particular resource is not available. Still you can see here you have an orange dot. Let us try to save this resource, and it asks under which collection you have to change. You can if you don't do anything, it will remember the previous collection name. Otherwise you can save it under the different collection name. So let us give this as get user not found. Yeah, if you see here, this particular collection now has two requests. From this, what we understood is collection is like a folder where you can store multiple requests. So till now we discussed what is collection, and now we are going to discuss about the collection variable and what is its importance. Let us consider a situation where you have a multiple API request which is grouped under a single collection which has something common. For example, if you consider this request and response, if you see for all these APIs that are exposed here, it has a same base address, which is request response.in. Okay, if you are going to write a test that invokes all these methods, basically get, post, put, patch, whatever the APIs expose, and list them under the user management API collection, and tomorrow if suddenly this base URL changes, then you have to go each request by request and manually change them, which is basically a tedious job, right? Here I have only two requests. It is very easy to change. Go just copy paste. But if there are multiple requests, right, more than 100, more than 100 requests, then you will have to go each request and change it, right? So that is when the collection variable plays a very important role. The collection variable is an kind of a variable which is going to store the value which is common across the request across the collection. Okay. Okay. If you see in these two requests, we have this base URL which is common, and I want to store them in an collection variable. To do so, just hover it across this, over this. Just hover your mouse over this, and you will get an item called set variable, and set as a new variable. Click on this. Here you can give a name. This is basically the base URL. Then the value is this one, and then you have to set a scope. Okay, the scope can be a global. That means uh, it can be used across for any request across my workspace. It is not only limited to basically the list of APIs under a particular collection, or it can be listed under an environment, maybe tagged to an environment. For example, if your organization has multiple environment to test like dev, queue, and acceptance, then you can also attach the variables specific to the environment, or the scope can be to the collection. That means if you have a multiple collections, if you attach a scope to a particular collection, that means that variable is not available for another collection. For example, if you have another collection called as an employee management API test, and there are certain requests under that, and if you use a base URL uh, there, then this base URL will be undefined there. Okay, your collection will not understand what exactly this variable will be. I will also show with that an example. The vault is basically used to share your secret keys. Okay, for a time being, I will basically attach this variable into a collection for a particular collection, and then I can set this as a variable. As soon as I do this, basically the entire URL, the base URL is replaced with this particular variable, which is start with the two curly braces in the start and ends with the two curly braces. And if I hover over that my mouse, it says um, it's a variable is a base URL, and it has two values, initial value and a current value, and the scope is limited to collection. I will explain what is initial value and current value um, shortly. Okay, yeah. So now this is ready, and if you see there is something that is changed. If you see this red dot, it says that something has been changed. So what I will do is I will save this request, and this orange circle is gone now. What I will also do here also, I will replace, yeah, I will replace that base URL in the other request as well, right? In the other request. Okay, and I will try to run this. I will try to run. I go to console. I will clear it. I just wanted to capture the logs. I'll just run this request. Yeah, it's successful. And if I expand this, you can still see that I am using this particular URL, right? HTTPS request response.in. Okay, yeah. So this is how the collection variable basically works. If I want to edit the variable value, right, where should I find it? Where should I go and find for this variable? This is very easy. You have to go to the collection level, click on these three dots, and then press on the edit button. Then go to the variable section, and you see the variable is listed, and it has two values, initial value and a current value. The current value is a value that is used by the postman to send a request. While sending a request, the variable will be replaced with the current value. Okay, I will also come back to the initial value. For example, now let us change this initial value as dummy, And now let us save this and then go to our request, try to execute it and come back to console. Yes, still you see that this is basically using the value from the current variable, right? It's using the value from the current variable. Let's clear this and go back to the collection variable. Take this value, yeah, paste it here and make it as dummy something. Then save this, go back to the API. Just try to call this now, and before that, okay. Yeah, you see that there is an error, right? Yeah, why there is an error? Because it is replaced with dummy. Because we have assigned the current value of the variable as a dummy. That is why it is giving an error. So whenever Postman try to send a request, it uses the current value from the collection variable, right? Let us go back and edit this, bring into the normal value, and just save this. It's saved. Now let us look into the why the initial value is being used. Okay, the Postman is a tool which is used across the teams. It is used for the collaboration, right? It can also be used as an collaboration tool where the multiple people are working. Basically, what you can do is you can share your collection across the teams, right? So, for example, in my organization, I am a senior tester and there are two junior testers who are working. I initially set them a framework and after that I share this collection with them so that they can start adding the new tests. In such cases, what happens when you try to share these collections, the initial value of the collection variable will be shared to the other members to the when they try to when they try to import this particular collection, then they can only see the initial value, they will not see the current value. So that is why we have two values for a variable which is called as an initial value, which is mainly used when sharing the collections across the team, and the current value is being used when Postman try to send a request where there is an collection variable, then it replaces this value, replaces that variable with this value. Let us understand a little bit of scoping. We saw that the collection variable can have a global scope, or the scope is limited to the collection, or the scope is limited to the environment where it is used. Okay, let us demonstrate this. Let us understand this scoping a little bit better, right? So I will try to add a new request. Okay, um, and this time I am going to add the list user, for example, and I will take this as a base URL, and the resource path is this one. I'll copy paste that. Yeah, now I try to run this. So I got this as a 200 success. Let's clear this. What I will do is I will take this particular base URL from here, right? Copy it from here and try to use it here. Yeah, if I hover here, it clearly says that this is an unresolved variable. But you might be thinking I already stored this variable in a collection, right? Yeah. So the reason for unresolved here is this particular request that what I created just now is not associated with the collection, the user management API collection. It is still we haven't saved this, right? It's still it's lying outside of this particular collection. That is why the variable base URL, which has a scope as a collection, which is unknown, right, which is unknown to this particular request, because it is outside this particular collection. Now what I will try to do is, if I try to send this, it basically gives an error because the base URL is not defined. What I will try to do is, I will try to save this request, under the same under the same collection. Okay, you see, now it has been listed under the same collection, and if I hover here, it clearly shows which base URL it is using. It is using the base URL from this collection. Why? Because it is this particular request is under this particular collection, and the variable is also under this particular collection scope. That is why the Postman is able to recognize, able to resolve this CP. Okay, that is how we can basically demonstrate the scope of the collection variables.
In this video, I will explain what API parameters are and how they work. API parameters are the additional information sent along with the request. This helps the server understand exactly what data or the action the client is requesting for. Let us explain the API parameters with a small example. Imagine you are shopping on Amazon, which sells wide range of products, and Amazon exposes an API to list the products. So if you call these APIs as is, it will send you a list of product categories as a response. Example, it can be in electronics, it can be in books, it can be a smartphones, it can be in household items, or it can be a clothes, or it can be shoes, etc., etc. But you are only interested in buying or listing the books. In such case, you can still use the same API, that is https amazon.nl/products, but you can pass an additional information as category equal to books to tell the server to return only the information about category as books. Okay, the parameter the category equal to books that we use along with our endpoint URL after the question mark is called as an query parameters, which is also one type of API parameters. So in a nutshell, API parameters are the additional information passed in the request so that the server will respond back with only the information that is requested by the client. Types of API parameters. I have listed few of the API parameters which are commonly used. They are query parameters, path parameters, or it is also called as path variable, header parameters, body parameters, form parameters. Let's understand one by one in detail. Let us start with the query parameters. Query parameters are appended to the request URL after the question mark symbol, and it consists of key value pair. Okay, for example, in this URL, if you see up to the users is our request URL, and after that you have a question mark with page equal to 2. So that means here the key value pair is the key is page and value equal to 2. So this is our query parameters. Why the query parameters are used? They are basically used to filter, sort, or modify the response data. For example, if your API is listing a lot of information and if you are interested only a subset of information, then you can pass the query parameters. For in this example, he is listing the entire user list, but you are only interested in the list from the page 2. And similarly, in the below example, you are basically what you are doing, you are listing the the products which are of type category as electronics. Okay, these parameters are often they are the optional parameters. But if you want to use multiple query parameters, you can join them using an ampersand. For example, in this example, you are trying to modify the response of your API by telling that I want to list only the electronics product from the brand Apple, and my minimum price band is 500 and maximum price band is 1500, and basically sort them with the order of popularity. So then you will only get this filtered result rather than getting the list of all the product information. You are only getting about the Apple products within this price range, and they are sorted with the category of popularities. This is how basically you use the query parameters. Let's execute a GET request with a query parameter in it. For this example, I will be using request response.in website. Let us consider this particular API get list user, which is basically getting all the user records from the database. Let us try this in Postman. Create a new request, execute it, you get a server response, and this response clearly says that there are total 12 user records which are distributed into two pages. Each page has got 6 records, and this particular response contain the page 1, the user details, that is from the user details from ID1 to ID6. If you are interested in getting the user details which is associated with the page 2, then you will have to pass, you can still use the same API, but you will have to pass additional information with this request URL. Let us come back to the documentation. If you see here, he says how to use this particular parameter to get the user details from the page 2. Okay, let us try this. And if you see, there is a question mark. After that, there is a key value pair. The key is page and value is 2. And anything after this question mark is called as a query parameter. Let us try to execute it. And with the response, it is clear that it clearly says that we are getting the page 2 response, and which has the user data from the ID 7 to 12. This is how the query parameter is used in the real world. Hope you understand the importance of the query parameter, right? So query parameter is mainly used for filtering or sorting the response from a server. If your server is giving a very big response, and if you are interested in only a subset of it, then you can filter using the query parameter. I also told you that you can combine the multiple query parameters using an ampersand. For example, if there is another way of sorting the users, you can bring that parameter by putting an ampersand, right? Then followed by the key value pair. Are you able to make a small observation? As soon as I insert a query parameter with the get request, the Postman opens up a query parameter window showing us the key and value pair, right? It brings up a query parameter window and shows me the key and value pair. So if I change the value here, it automatically changes here as well, right? So when I remove this, then this key value pair is gone. And alternatively, instead of writing directly in the get request, in case of Postman, I can come to the parameter window, and here I can insert the key value pair. For example, let us say param, the value is equal to 1. It automatically inserts that into your URL, the request URL, right? So in our case, the query parameter is page. I'll change back to page. I'll give the value as 2. You see, this parameter is inserted with the request. Try to execute it, and it gets executes. And if I put 3, the value changes to 3. It still executes it. I get a response. 200 OK, but there is no data associated, user record associated with the page 3. Let us try to combine multiple parameters and see how the Postman shows it. As soon as I put a ampersand to combine the multiple parameters, the Postman shows a new listing here. Let me add the dummy parameter for this, and you see the key value is listed here. So, and if I completely remove this and come to the query parameter list here and try to put parameter from here with the value and something called dummy as 2, you see these are get appended with the our get request URL. Hope you understood how to use the query parameter in Postman. Path variables or path parameters, as the name indicates, these are used along with the resource URL itself and are typically used to identify the specific resource. They are basically used when the request needs to target a specific resource or an entity. In case if you are interested in getting the details of a particular user from the list of users, then you need to pass the ID of that user as a parameter in the request URL. In this example, I am passing the user ID to in responding to this request, server will send me the details of the user with an ID too. In the second example, I am requesting the server to send me the details of the blog post which is posted on 3rd September 2024. This is how we can use the path variable. So there is a difference between the path variable and query parameter. In case of the path parameter, uh, we are specifically targeting to a particular resource. If you want to get the details of a particular resource, then you have to use the path parameter. If you are interested in the subset of the details, then you can use the query parameter. Query parameter is mainly used for the filtering, but the path parameter is targeting to a particular resource in the server. Let us see how to use the path parameter in Postman. For this example, let us consider API get single user. We are trying to get the details of a particular user. Here we are passing the user with an ID too. Let's try it in Postman. Create a new request, execute it. Server sends a response of the user with an ID too. Details of the user with an ID too. Let's try to get details of user with an ID 5. Server sends this detail, and from the query parameter example we know that the server has only 12 user records. When we try to get the 13 user record, let's see what happens. You get an error code of 404. That means that this particular resource is not available in the server. Let's try to get 12. Yeah, here you see the details of user with an ID 12. This is how basically we use path parameters from Postman. Instead of directly using the path parameter as a value, I can also associate with this value into another variable. How to do this? Is just by using a value colon then the variable name. For this example, I am using the variable name as an user ID. As soon as I do this, the Postman brings out the path variable window showing me the key value pair. The key is the variable name, the value is the value that I want to pass with that variable. So here I am passing 11, requesting the server to send me the details of user 11. Let us send this request. So server responded the details of the user 11, and we can also go to the console and see how the Postman sends a request. Basically, it replaces this colon user ID with the value 11. That is how the path variable or a path parameter works. Hope you understood this concept. Header parameters. These are included in the HTTP headers of the request rather than in the URL. In case of query parameters and path parameters, the information is sent as part of the URL. But in case of the header parameter, the additional information is sent as part of the HTTP headers of the request. These are the additional informations or the metadata needed by the server to process the request from a client. These are always sent as the key value pairs. Some of the common examples could be authorization, uh, kind of an username and password, or a bearer token, or auth. In some cases, the client needs to be authorized to communicate with the server, because server needs to know who is basically sending the request to process this request. In such cases, the client needs to send his authenticity in the form of a username and password or in the form of a bearer token. Another good example could be a content type, which can be of form, application slash JSON, application slash XML, or an application slash text. Basically, it indicates to the server that the incoming request from the client is of type JSON or XML or the plain text. Another good example could be the cache control. The value could be no cache. This is basically used as a caching mechanism in both the request and the responses. No cache means that the client requests a fresh version of the resource bypassing the cache. What happens if you are firing or if you are executing the same API again and again, the server develops some kind of a caching mechanism, and instead of it going to the resource and getting the data, it basically sends you the caching information. But if you don't want such information to be sent, then you can shut down this caching control by sending the header parameter as cache control equal to no cache. Then the server gets the fresh data of the resource and sends back to the client. For this example, let us use the previously used request, that is getting the user details, and let's examine the header section. You see lot of key value pairs are available here. One of them is also a content type, which is of type application JSON. So header parameters are basically the parameter that are sent as part of the HTTP headers in a request. In case if you want to try an authorization between your client and server, then you can use this the cat API. The cat API is the free one. It basically gives your API key to communicate between the client and server. Here you can see a small piece of JavaScript where they have explained you how to use your API key. You can pass it as a header parameter by passing with the key as XAPI key, the value as the key that you got it from this website. Let's start exploring it. Let's try to get our own key. Let's get a free version. Let's register with your email ID. This is for my personal project. Then I will submit it. Probably I might have got my key. I'll check that, my email. Now I got my API key. Let us go into the documentation to see what are the APIs this website exposes. And if you see here, there are three quick APIs that has been exposed. I'll use the second one, which is used to get the images of a cat. So here I will be basically getting 10 images. And also it is clearly given in the documentation how to use the API key. API key always be used along with the variable XAPI key. Let's come back. Let's go back to the Postman. Try to create this request, and I have already added the key that I got this under this particular variable. I'll try to execute a request. My request is successful. If you see, I got 10 images here, and if I examine the the console also, you can see the parameter is sent as part of the request header. And we can also go and examine one of the images. Yeah, this is a cat image. Yeah, this is how the header parameter basically works. Hope you understood. Body parameters are the parameters included in the request body. Usually they are associated with post, put, patch or delete methods. They are used to send the complex or a large amount of data in the form of JSON or XML to the server. In both these examples, we are trying to create a new user record by posting a request. In the first request, we are using a body as a JSON. In the second request, you are using a body as an XML. Let us try this example in Postman. For this experiment, let us use this particular API, the Post API, which is basically used to create a new record. And this is an endpoint. This is the body parameter, how we have to send. And in responding to that, server sends us 201 telling that the record has been created successfully. Along with that, it also sends a response body telling what is the name, what is the job, and the ID that has been created and created date and time. Let's try this in Postman. Let's copy this, go to Postman, create a request. This request is of type post and it needs a body, and we'll give it as a raw, and you can also specify what kind of format. Here I have selected it as a JSON format, and I'll copy the sample body from here and go and paste here. In the name I'll give test troop, and in the job category I'll give as a trainer. I'll try executing it now. You see we got 201 response, and also I got a new ID and created it. This is how the body parameter basically works. And we can also try with some examples. If you are interested, we can also go and try the another example, which is the put method, where we are going to do the update, and we are trying to do an update of this particular user. Let us copy the URL here, go to the Postman, create a new request. This is basically a put request. This needs a body. Let's copy the body from here, and we try to put the body as raw with JSON. Instead of this one, I'll give it as test troop and let the job be the same. Okay, I only want to change this one. Let us go and try this. I got a 200 response telling that it has been changed. Yeah, the request is successful. Hope you understood how the body parameter basically works. Form parameters, these are basically used in case if you're trying to submit a web form using an API, or in case if you want to attach the content of file into an API. In such cases, the form parameters are used. If you are trying to basically if you are trying to submit an web form using an API, then you have to use a content type as an application slash xww hyphen form slash URL encoded. If you are trying to upload a content of the file into in an API, then you will have to use multipart slash form data. So in this example, what we are trying to do is we are trying to basically submit a login button and using a form via the API. In case if you want to execute this particular form via an API, then you will have to use an post request. The post request basically uses different header parameters. One of them is host, that is an example.com in this example. Then you have a content type. Since you are submitting a form, you have to use the content type as an application slash x hyphen www.form hyphen URL encoded. Then you'll have to pass username and password as a parameters. This is how basically the form parameter is used. In this video, we dive into practical demonstration of various HTTP methods such as get, post, put or delete using Postman, featuring the real world examples. This tutorial will guide you through making API requests, handling responses, and understanding how each method interact with data. In this video, we will be using Trello APIs. Trello is a product of Atlassian and it is a web-based project management and collaboration tool that uses boards, lists, and cards to organize the tasks and workflows. Without wasting any time, let's go to Trello website. And first thing I want to see is the pricing model. What are the features it offers? And for our tutorial, basically we can use the free model. And free model offers unlimited number of cards and up to 10 boards per workplace. This is enough for us to play around with the Trello APIs. Next step is to basically create an account with Trello. For that you can basically click on get Trello for free. Then you can complete your registration process. I already have an account, so I will try to log in with my account. When you are um, when you are logging in for the first time, it asks you to do some kind of an activities, but you can skip them. Yeah, so here you can give a name for your board. Yeah, you can. These are the cards. Name of the cards. We can give the name of the basically name of the list. It's not a card. It's name of the list. I think you can basically skip all these things. This is how the Trello board looks like. You might have already worked with the Scrum way of working or Agile way of working. There you might have used the tools like Jira or Azure boards to plan your activities, right? So Trello is also similar kind of project management tool, which basically manages your work item. There are certain terminologies that we use in Trello, like boards, the list, cards, and etc. So I'll explain what are they. So Trello basically has a workspace. You can see here it is called as a workspace. Under the workspace you have a board. Okay. Under the board, these white things are called basically as a list. And inside the list you can have a multiple cards. And I have added to do, doing, and done. These are basically the work items. The whatever we have it in to do is currently
currently it is under planning, and once I start working on it, then I will move to doing, and once I complete working on that, then I will move the state to done. This is basically an kind of an work management kind of a tool. For example, you can add any number of cards. For example, let us say for this project, I want to plan this particular project activity, starting from learning the Trello APIs, then working with the APIs, then closing this project. Let us start adding these cards here. Let us start like understanding the Trello APIs. You can add creating Trello collections in Postman, working with simple Trello APIs, etc., etc. Right? You can add multiple of them. So once you are yeah, why it is not saved? Understanding Trello APIs. Click on save. Then create new Postman collection for Trello. Save it. Yeah, now it's saved. So as on when these tasks are done, you started working on a task, you can put this task into doing. Once the task is done, you can move the task into done state. Okay, this is how the Trello board works. Okay, so what we have done here is we have created all these boards, the list names, the cards, all those things manually. So we will try to create them using the APIs, and Trello exposes a lot of APIs to work with that. So we will see in the next section, we will see how to work with the Trello APIs. So whatever we have created manually, we will try to create using the APIs, like creating a card, moving the card from one list to another list, and things like that. So we will learn working with the Trello APIs. If you want to see how many boards we have currently, just click on a board here. Then it lists basically the number of boards that is available. So you can go and create this new board, but we will do it using any API. And there are a lot of templates that are also available for the for creating the boards. It can be of type project management or a Kanban template and things like that. These are all related to your way of working, agile way of working, right? So I will not touch upon that subject, but I will touch mostly on how to create these work items using Trello APIs. It is always a good practice to read the API documentation before we consume it. Since we are going to use the Trello APIs, now we are going to, it is better that we read their documentation. So let us search for Trello API documentation and take the first one. And don't forget to log in. Yeah, so I already logged in. So it basically shows a list of operations that we can perform with Trello APIs. Let's not go there. Because to use a Trello APIs, we need to do a little bit of initial setup. Let's see how to do that. Let's click on the guides, and then Trello's REST API. Click on this. Then there is an API introduction. Okay. This documentation clearly says what are the initial steps that we need to do even before using the APIs. Okay. Carefully read through this. The documentation clearly specifies that in order to use a Trello APIs, you need to have an authentication and authorization. So and also describes how to get this authentication and authorization. What it says that uh, you need to first to have an API key. So you need to basically create an API key. Once you have an API key, then you basically need to create a token out of it, and combination of these two will be used for working with a Trello APIs. Okay, we will come to know in the upcoming section why these basically are needed. Okay, if you scroll down, basically in the first API call, so this is the first API call he is asking us to use. He clearly says, if you see this, this is our endpoint URL, which is followed by your key, which is your API key. Along with that, you need to have a token, without which you cannot communicate with the or cannot use the Trello APIs. So our first job is to create a APIs. So in order to create an APIs, you need to basically click on this particular link, and for all these operation make sure that you have logged in, and please acknowledge this. Then you go continue, then you set up Power Apps and integration, click on new, put it as Postman integration. Yeah, Trello workspace. I think, yeah, here I think you can give your email ID. I think I am using this one. Yeah, yeah, so you can give my name. It also needs, yeah. So then basically you give a create key. So then it comes to this particular screen where you have to generate a new API key. Click on generate a new API key. Yes, give yes. Yeah, so this is basically the step to create an API key. Don't forget this API key. Please make a copy of it. I am just copying it. I just copy this. I also copy the secret, which is now basically um, it is not needed, but still I am copying it. And using which basically you need to create a token. Most of the developer will need to ask each users to authenticate your application. If you are looking to build an application for yourself or doing a local testing, you can manually generate a token. So you need to basically generate a token in order to perform the testing. Let's click on here to generate a token. Then click on allow. This is basically your token. Yeah, keep it as secret. Don't forget it. This is basically very important. I'll save this file. I have already saved API key and the token. Now let's go back to the API documentation and try to see how to call the first API. So we went through all these setup guides, how to create the API key, and then how to create a new token. Now next thing what we want to do is call the first API. So this is endpoint URL. Basically this is an get request. What it does is it basically gets all the board names that is associated with the particular board member. Here I am using a parameter as me. That means it will list out all the boards where I am a member of it. Okay, just copy this, and for this let's go back to Postman and we will try to create a new collection for this. Put it as a blank collection and give a name as Trello API, then under which create a request, paste the URL, it's a get request. You see the query parameter window pops up. That is because we are using query parameter here after the question mark. What we are passing is a key, which is your API key, and the token is your token. Now let's go back and take those values and we have to pass a token, and this is our token. Let's put it the token value here, and now save the request. See here the red small dot indicates that still it is not saved. Let us save this request under the Trello API and name as get boards for user, for a user. Save it. Let us run this request. A server responded with 200 OK. That means this API call is successful, and it will return basically the details of the board. The board is associated with the ID. Every board has got an ID, which is an internal representation of an board, and also board has a name. Okay. Yeah, so you can see all these details, but let us verify whether the board name is correct or not. Let's go back to our Trello board and see. This is our this is our basically our board. Okay, let's change the name of the board. Let's give it as working with Trello API. Now let's go back to Postman and run the API again. See, in response to this we received a new name, right? This this is basically making sure that this API works fine. So we are successful with our first API. Yeah, let's do all the operations with the APIs, such as creating a board, then creating a list, naming the list, then adding the cards to each list, moving the card from one list to another list. We will do it with the APIs. As part of this exercise, we will be creating a board using an API. Under the board, we will be creating 3 lists. One for the new items, work items, one for in progress items, one for the work items that are in a closed state or in a resolved state. So inside each of these lists, we will be creating multiple cards, and at the end of the exercise, we will be moving the cards from one list to another list. Let's go back to the documentation and see what are the APIs that we can use to do this task. We can directly go to the reference section. Then you see there are so we are basically interested in board section, we are interested in list section, and we are interested in the card section. Let us go to the board, and there should be an API to create a board. Let's go and find it out. If you see, there is an API to create a board. Click on this for further details. So here if you see, it needs one parameter which is required. The mandatory parameter is the name of the board, and this is of a type query parameters. So, and also he has given us the sample request how to use this. So let us copy this request. Let us go back to our Postman. And before we start with this, we will follow some best practices. So we will store some of these into the variables. For example, https api.trello.com is our base URL. We can store into a base URL variable, collection variable, and there are certain parameters that we are going to use throughout this exercise, like the key and token. So we'll also basically store them as a variables. Let's check how to do this. Click up to here, set this as a variable, set a new variable. The name is base URL, scope is to the collection, and set this as a variable. So you see this is replaced with the base URL. Similarly, we can also set this as a variable, right? See here, set this as an URL. We will type the name as an API key, scope is Trello API, and this one we will set this as token, scope is collection, and then save this. Okay, this basically now looks very beautiful, right? So we will create a new request which is of type post request, and we copied that URL. Yeah, so we can replace this with the our base URL. If you see this, we can basically copy paste this from here to here. Yeah, this is because still we haven't saved it, that's why it is coming as unresolved. What we do is the key is API key, the token is API token, and we can also pass the name for this particular. Yeah, so what name we will give? We'll give board created by Trello API. Now save this request under Trello API, give it as create board. Save this. So it's now, if you see, all these variables are resolved. Earlier it was unresolved because this particular variable scope was within the collection, and this particular request was still not saved under the collection. Once we save, this will be automatically get resolved. Now we can re-examine. For the board, we have this one name, we have a name, then we have a key, and we have taken. So I think we are ready to go. See, this is successful, and it created a board with an ID as this one. It's very important to save this ID for our future reference. Okay, either you can store it under a notepad for a reference, or you can also go and store as part of our collection variable. So you can go and edit our collection. There is a variable section, so you can add a new variable as a board ID. Then you can have a this should not be like this, so we can only take an ID. right? We can copy this, we can give the value like this. Why it is coming? Copy. Nothing. Let's verify if it is correct. 70081. 70081. Okay, now you have to save this. Okay, so this is successful. Now you can come back to your board and just click on this workspace. You can see there is a new board is being created by the name board created by Trello API. This is the same name that we gave here, right? So the create board is successful now. Now further we will create the lists. Okay. Now let's create 3 lists. For let's go to list section. For creating a list, we need to use this particular API, create new list. So click on it. You see that it needs 2 mandatory parameters, which are type query, name of the list, and the board ID. So we already have a board ID from our previous exercise. Now what we have to do is we'll have to create a list with this attached to this board, right? So let's take this endpoint. Go to our Postman, create a new request, and from here we'll copy these values. Then we have this API key, or we can directly come and write a value. So first let's save this. Under Trello API, let's give this one create list 1. And now basically you can give the variable IDs. So you can use API key here. For this you can use API token. For the name we'll give it as a new. This is to track a new work items, and ID also we have saved. This will be our board ID. Okay, let's save this again. Let's run. Let us say that, let us see if it is creating a new board. Run this. So sorry, this one is again a post request. Sorry for that. Let's try this. Yeah, it's created a board, it's created a new list with the ID as this one. This is also needed for future reference. Let us copy this and let us go to our collection, edit the collection, save it as a variable, give this as a value, and this should be our list, new list ID. Let's basically save this. Okay, let us go back to our board and see if it is created a list. If I open this, you can see this, there is already a we have added this. So what we do is we delete the unwanted list. We can do this by creating an archive list. This is gone, this is also gone. This is what we created using the AP. So now go back and create two more. To do this, what you can do is you can copy them, you can do a duplicate, again you do a duplicate, give a name, create a list 2 and list 3. Okay, for a list 2, for the list 2, let's close the other things. Yeah, for a list 2 we will basically give it as in progress, save this, and for list 3 we'll give the name as closed, right? Let us run this one, let us run this one. Created a new list in progress, copy this, go to our Trello collection, edit, add a variable, use this as a value, and for this you can give as, instead of new, you can give as in progress. Save. Let's go to the third one, again run this request, again we have got a new value, copy this, go to Trello API, this is closed. Save this. Let's go back to our board. You see, it basically created 3 lists. So you can basically change the order. Yeah, so this is how it needs to be. So while creating a list, you can create in a reverse order, so that we can, whatever it comes last, that will be the first item here. So this is to store, this is to keep track of all the new items. Once this new item, we start working on the new item, it will go to in progress, and once we finished working, then it will go into a closed state. So now we will try to add a cards for each of these lists. So we will add a card basically to the new item, and then try to move this card from from the new to in progress. Okay. Now let us create a new card. Let's go to the card section, and there is an API called create a new card. And if you see, only the mandatory parameter is the ID of the list. So let us basically copy this, go back to Postman and create a new request. This is of type post, and immediately we try to save this. Under Trello, the name will be create card 1, right? Save this, and before we substitute with the values for these IDs, let us go back to the API documentation again, and here he says clearly, for the header you have to use, for the accept value we have to use the application JSON. Let's go back here, and for the headers, yeah, so we will instead of this, yeah, so we can also add this as an value here as an accept. Yeah, this save this again. Let us substitute with this all these things with the variables. This is base URL, and if I come to the parameters, yeah, this will be the new list ID, this will be the API key, this will be the token, and so we can also give the name for this card, or we can also give a description of the card. Okay, we will give the description of the card. As a value as study Trello API documentation. We can also add a name. I will copy paste the same thing. Then I will just save this request, and I will try to send this. Yeah, it's successful. ID is this one. Again, we'll save this ID because we need this in the future. Let's go back to edit, variable, card1 ID. Save this. Let's go back to our board again and see we got this, right? Yeah, the description also came here, the name also, whatever the name we give, it will come here, and the description will come here. Okay, we should have given the different name and descriptions just to make a variations. Similarly, we will go and do two more this thing. Just we'll clone this, duplicate this, and duplicate this. This one we will give it as value 2. This one we will give it as 3. I'll go to 2 now, and we'll close all the other things. And for the 2, we will give the name as setup Postman, setup Trello for testing. You can give this create API key auth to perform the not an auth token to perform testing. Let's save this and execute it. Let's create a new ID. Let's copy this, edit here, variable. So this is card ID 2. Now save this, go back to the third one. So here we will give the name as create the board, or rather than this, perform form activities using Trello API. So in the description we see create a board, create a list, create lists, and create cards with Trello API. Save this, run this. We have this one again. Let's go and save the variable. Let's copy here, here, come here, keep it as card3 ID, save this as well. Go back to your board. You see you have these three things set up now, and if you go see create an API key token, this is the description what we give, right? So here also we give the description. So this is how we can create the cards. Now we will see how to move. Let us say we have already studied the API documentation. I want to move from the new item to in progress, then to close state. Let's see how to do this. Okay, basically how to update these cards. So in order to move the card from one board to another board, what we have to do, we have to update the cards. So let us see if there are any APIs to update the cards. So if I go here, okay, there is an operation called as there is an API called as an update a card, but which is of type is a put type. So basically, post we are creating a new resource using the put. We are basically updating the already existing card. So let us go here. What it says is the mandatory parameter is the ID, which is kind of a path parameters or a path variable. This we went through last in our last video session. I explained you what is the query parameters and path parameters. Path parameters are the parameters which are targeting to a specific resource. Query parameters are basically for sorting and doing doing the subsetting operations, right? So it is a path variable which is required, and the query parameter, all of them are optional. Let us take this URL. So basically what we can do is we can go to Postman and try to do a duplicate of this. Here we can give move card 1. Okay, move the card 1. Let us save this request. Instead of this one, what we can do is we can take this from here till the end here, go back to Postman, from here till here we basically replace, yeah, and this is of type put. Save this, and here we can basically put a value API key, API token. Then there is also a path variable right here. So instead of this in a bracket, what we can do, we can put it as colon id, then basically Postman will show you this as a path variable. So for this we have to put an id. This id will be the card id. So we will be moving the first card. So the id will be the card id 1, right? Card id 1. We will move the first card. I'll save this, and what is also told is, so yeah, so what is it? So for moving to a next board, we also need a another parameter. So let's check what is that parameter. So what we are going to change, we are changing, we are moving the card from one list to another list, right? So for that we need id list. So we also need another variable called an id list. So which will be the id of the in progress list. So we will take that here. This is also, if you see, this is it a query parameter? Yes, it's a query parameter. So it should come under here. So id list, I'll take an id of, it is not new, I have to move, I want to move this here. So this is correct. What we are doing, we are trying to update, that is why we are using put. What we are going to update, we are going to update an card with an id. So that is a path parameter, the first one. Then we are using the API key and token to communication because it is a secured communication. And also we are moving it from the current id. So it is, this particular resource is card is we call it as a resource. Particular resource is part of the list one. Now we are moving it to the another list. Which is the list? The list is in progress list. The idea of the list is stored in this particular variable. Now save and let's send. Yeah, this is pretty successful, and we can see whether it is really moved to to the another list. Let's go back and let's go back here and see. We can basically see this is moved here. So this is how we can move the card from one list to another. If you want to again do this same thing, then we will have to use the id. For example, this already we studied the documentation. Let us do try to move this one from in progress to the closed one. What we can do is I can copy this request. I will duplicate this. So move the card to closed, card 1 to closed, right? That is the right name actually. Yeah, so this should be move the card 1 to in progress. That is the right name. Let us go to the closed one, and for the closed one, so this id, only thing what we have to do is we have to change the id, because card id will not change, but only the id that is going to change is the id of the list, right? So which is the id of the list? It is a closed id. So let's save this and run this. It is successful. We can verify coming to here. See this, now this is closed. It was here, it is moved here.
The topic for this video is JavaScript in Postman. How to use JavaScripting for API request and response in Postman. Postman allows only JavaScripting to perform certain tasks. That's why this topic is mainly covering the basics of JavaScripting. Postman allows you to perform certain activities even before sending a request, which is called as a pre-request, and to handle certain activities or perform certain activities after we get a response from the server, which is called as an post response. And both these prerequisite and post response tasks can be done only using the JavaScript. Let us understand pre-request with the help of an example. As I told you, pre-request is a task that we perform even before sending a request. An example could be writing a print statement in a console telling that you are executing this particular request. So you can write a small JavaScript uh, like a console.log telling that you are basically executing a particular request. So it's kind of an message to the user that you are running this particular request. A real world example could be, for example, if you take this particular request, you need basically a token to run this request, right? In case of a Trello API, this token is a permanent token. That means you can use this token as many number of times. There is no expiration date. Maybe it will expire after 6 months or 10 months, but till that time you can continuously use this token. But in case of certain very critical application, for example a banking application, your session or your token is going to expire within 5 minutes or 10 minutes. In such cases, even before running your request, you need to generate a token. That task we can basically automate using by writing a small JavaScript. This is a very good example where the where the pre-request comes into a picture. The post response is basically used for validating the response. Once you receive a response, if you want to validate the certain response parameter such as an ID or the name or certain parameters that you get as part of the response, if you want to validate them, then the post response can be used. Um, let's run this Trello API, try to create another board by passing another parameter as Trello API. Let us do as give it as testing. Save this and run this. So you got this particular response, right? So you can basically if you want to validate whether this particular response gives an ID as per the API documentation, when you create a board, it should give you 200 OK. Along with that, it also should return you the response with an ID. ID is a very important parameter, and also a name. So you can put a check here telling that the name should match with the parameter that you passed here. It should match. Such kind of validation you can basically write via using JavaScripts. Okay, this is a very good example for the post response. Another example could be if you want to basically store this certain parameters that you got it from the response. Here the ID is a very important parameter that will be used in generating the list. We from the last video we know that to generate the list under a board you need to pass ID as a parameter. For example, if you see here you're passing a board ID as a parameter, right? That we got that we are getting it basically after creating a board. So if you want to for the next request, you need to pass it as a parameter. So what we can do as a post response, you can write a JavaScript to store this value into a collection variable. So these kind of activities that you can do with the help of post response. So both the pre-request and post response you can write via the JavaScript, because the Postman only allows you to write some scripts using the JavaScripts. It is very good to understand what is JavaScript. JavaScript is a programming language used in the websites, makes the websites interactive and dynamic. It enables the web pages to respond to the user actions, like when you perform clicking on a button. For example, if you put your username and password, then you press on a submit button, it takes you to the next page. Or submitting a form without needing to reload the entire page. With the JavaScript, websites can display the changing content, that is the dynamic content, in a real time, and it also validates validates your user input as on when you key in the details. Like for example, validating the email ID as soon as you put your email ID. If the email ID is not proper, for example, if you miss an et in your email ID, it immediately says that this email ID is not an even valid email ID. That is how it does the real-time validation, and offers smooth engaging experience such as live chat boxes and pop-ups. JavaScript runs directly under your web browser. That means if you open Internet Explorer, Chrome, or a Safari, when you type in www.google.co.in, underneath this web browser, JavaScripts are running. That helps to create more responsive and fluid interaction, making the websites feel modern and user friendly. Let's write a small pre-request script, maybe printing small simple information into a console. So we can do this under pre-request script tab and start writing console dot log, which is basically used to used for printing a particular uh, strings into a console. Let us put running get user request, then you need to put a semicolon. Even before writing this particular statement into the console, we'll try to clear whatever the earlier statement in the console. This can be done with console dot clear. Then we'll try to save this. So this particular statement will clear the console, whatever we see here, it will clear it, and after that it will um, print this statement running this particular request, and after that it will run the get call. This is because we are writing it as part of the prerequisite. Let's send this. You see it cleared a console, then it printed this particular statement. After that this calls the get API. So this is basically one of the simplest example that we did. Going forward, we will also try to write very complex scripts. Let us do the same exercise with the post response. Let's copy this particular statement, go to post response and paste it here, and tell that uh, let's request this particular request executed successfully. Save this and send this. You see it cleared a console, put this statement, then executed this particular get request. After executing this particular request, you see this statement is printed here, right? That is because we put them into the post response. This is how the pre-request and the post response works in Postman via JavaScript. In this video, we will learn the basics of JavaScripting, that is bare minimal needed to script in using Postman, right? So as part of this, we will be covering the variables, how to use the variables, empty variables, what are constants, data types, what are the different types of data types, primitive data types, complex data types like arrays and objects, the functions with parameters and return values, the variable scopes, built-in functions, working with objects and functions, then JSON, JavaScript object notation, and how to pass the JSON. JSON and passing JSON is very important because the responses that we deal with in Postman are of type JSON. So working with JSON is very important. Variables. In programming, a variable is a container or a storage location in a memory used to hold a data, as the name indicates, that can change during the course of program execution. That means the value stored in the variable is going to change during the course of program execution. Let's take a simple example. Think that you are writing a program to calculate the age when you pass the date of birth as a parameter. and the age is stored in a variable called age. If you execute this program today, the age variable will carry a value, say 25. If you execute the same program next year, the value of the age will be incremented by 1. The age will be shown as 26. So during the course of program execution, the value of this variable is going to change. See this illustration. You can think a variable as a labeled box where you can store the values like a numbers, for example your age, or your name as a text, or more complex data. You can refer to the content of this box using a name called as an variable name and modify or retrieve the value needed. So using the variable name, you can retrieve the value of the variable. For example, think of a variable as a jar. The name of the variable is name, where it is going to store a value as test room. So another container or a jar with the name as a age is going to store your age. So it's basically a kind of an container or a location in a memory to hold a value, and every variable has a name. The name is used to retrieve the content of the value that is stored in that particular memory location. In JavaScript, we can define the variable using a keyword let or using a keyword var. If you see let age equal to 25, that means age is a variable which is going to hold a number 25. Similarly, the let name equal to test room. Here name is a variable which is going to carry a string by value called test room. Let's try using the variables in Postman. Let's delete this one. Instead of this, I will write let age equals to 25. This is how basically we define a variable. Let is a keyword or var is a keyword that we use it for defining the variable. Age is the name of the variable and which basically stores a value 25. So if you want to print this one, you can do this by console dot log, then you can put age as a parameter. If you run this, you see it prints 25, right? It prints 25, and as the name indicates, the variable during the course of execution, the value of the variable can be changed. Let us assign a new value to the age while doing like this. Age equals to 26. Save this and try to print the age, second age. So first it will print 25 because age was having a value 25. Now we incremented age by 1, telling that age is 26. Second time when it tried to print, it should print the value as 26. You see, we can see it has a 26. Similarly, you can also have a different kinds of variable that can store strings, or that can store a boolean values like yes or no or something like that. So let us uh, try to define another variable. Let name equal to test true. Remember, when using the strings, you should always bound them in between the double quotes or a single quotes. So now try to print the variable name, console dot log, then give a value as a name. You see the print test true. So in general, the variable is a container or a location in the memory used to store a value. Variable is always associated with the name, which is called as a variable name, which is used to extract or retrieve the value of the variable. So if you see if you want to print the variable, right, we use the variable name. Hope you understood what is a variable and how to use them. After variable, let us see what are constant. As the name indicates, constants are the one who stores the fixed values. That means once the value is set, it cannot be changed during the program execution. Constants are only used when you are very sure that the value is not going to change throughout the execution of the program. The good example for a constant is a pi, whose value is 3.14159. Basically, pi is used in the calculation of the area of the circle. So where pi is being a constant whose value is never going to be changed. Let us see how to use the constants in JavaScript. In JavaScript, constants are defined by using a keyword const followed by a name, for example pi, and followed by the value. And using the console.log, you can print this value. Let's leave this as a pi, semicolon, and let's execute this. You see the value 3.1459. Let us see how, let us try to change this value of the constant, and basically it should throw us an error, right? Because as per the definition, constants are the one whose value will not be changed during the course of program execution. Only the value of the variables should be changed during the course of program execution. Let us try this. It should give out an error. You can see the assignments are not possible. There is an error that we get it exactly at this particular point, right? So we cannot assign a new value to the constant because constants are meant to hold the same value, not to change the value. Hope you understood working with constants and how to use the constants. Let's see what is an empty variable. Let us try creating an variable age, and let us not assign any value to this, and trying to print the variable. Let's try execute this program. It says that the value is undefined. That means no value is assigned to this particular variable. So in order to effectively use an variable, it should always be assigned with some values. So it is one of the best practice not to use an unassigned variable during your programming. Data types refers to the kind of value that we store in a variable. In this example, we are storing a collection of characters or a string in a name, whereas we are storing a number in a age. There are basically two kinds of data types. One is called as a primitive data type or a basic or a simple data type. Another one is called as a complex or a composite data type. Primitive data type are the basic data types that represents a single value, wherein against the variable you can store a single value. For example, in case of age, you can store a number as 30 or a 40, but it is a single value. In case of a name, you can store it as a John or a test troop, which is also again a collection of character, which is also a single value, or it can be a boolean that is used to store two values, either true or a false. Complex data type or a composite data types where we can store multiple values. The two important type of data types are the arrays and the objects. The arrays are basically it's an ordered list or a collection of values which can be of any data types. Okay, it can be a strings or it can be a numbers. For example, if you have an array of colors basically represents different types of colors, red, green and blue. Array of marks, which basically represents the different marks that we obtain in a subjects, different subject, 90, 95, 75.5 and things like that. Okay, so next composite data type is an object. Object basically represents a real world object. There is an analogy between the real world object. For example, it can be a car or it can be a person or it can be an animal. Basically, they have a certain kind of properties. For example, name, age and things like that. Along with that, they also have an associated behavior. In case of objects, these variables, simple variables are called as properties like name, age, and also the behavioral aspect is called as an object functions. But we will only concentrate now on the properties of an object, which is basically a key value pair, and we will take up the behavioral aspects in the upcoming session. Let us start working with array. For this exercise, I will be using colors as an example. So I am defining the colors as an array carrying the three values. So let's try to print this. Console.log colors. You see, we got three values. So you might be wondering, how do I basically print only red? For this, we need to understand how the elements of an array is stored in a memory. So they are basically stored in a sequence location. The first location in a memory is always start with an index 0, then the index 0 will carry red, index 1 will carry green and index 2 will carry blue. Let us try this indexing method to retrieve the value red. So I'll try to print console.log, but in a colors I will put an index with a square bracket with 0. Let's see what it prints. So it prints red. Okay, similarly if you want to retrieve blue, then you can put value as 2, 0, 1, 2. So this is how we can basically access a whole array or an individual elements of an array. Hope you understood. Let us work with the objects. For this exercise, I'll use employee as an object. So I'll take this example from my notes. Okay, so here I am defining an employee as an object. I'll start with the let keyword, then by the then followed by the name of the object, which is employee, equals to then the curly braces. Okay, open curly brace and close curly brace followed by the semicolon. This gives the basic skeleton. Then you will have to fill in the properties of this object. This object employee has a property name, which is a key value pair, the name of the property followed by the value. Then here age, name followed by the value, location, and is active. Is active, here we are using it as a boolean data type, which basically says whether it is true or false. What we are trying to say that this employee is still part of the company or not. If he has already resigned, then we can make it as a false. Now let us try to print this particular object. Console dot log, put employee, and then try to save and execute. You see, it's basically printing all the properties. So now how do we access individual property? Let's say how do we access the individual property? This can be done using the dot, using dot actually. So like how you are using console.log, similarly you can access the any property of an object using dot. So let us see how to do this. Employee, then followed by dot. As soon as you put a dot, it basically lists all the properties of this particular object. Let us see now the location or a name. Okay, let us see the name. Try to print. So it gave a John. Since this is a variable on a runtime, you can change the value of this variable. Let us say that after few months, this employee by name John has resigned the company. So in such cases, what we can do here, so let's print this one as dot is active, and after some time, what you can do, you can change this property is active equals to false, right? Is active equals to false. Then again try to print this particular variable. Now the value should be false. You see, initially the value was true, then we change the value into false. This is how basically we work with the object and with its properties. Let us see if we have a object with the property that has got a special character. For example, instead of a name, if I replace with the first name with the space, then you see JavaScript basically throws an error. And if I even replace the space with the hyphen, you see that JavaScript throws an error. That means JavaScript cannot handle the keys, the properties with this kind of special characters. So, but how do we handle this situation? This can be handled by putting this key into a double quotes. Now you see this error is resolved. Now I try to print the employee now, employee object. You see, so it get printed. It has all these properties. Now try to access these property using a dot operator. Let us try. Now you see that it only lists is active, age and location, but it is not listing the first name. This is because here we have basically we this property is enclosed within double quotes. In such cases, how do we basically the access this particular the property? Okay, so this can be done using another method, like use the square brackets, and basically then you can just give this key name, property name within double quotes. Now let us see what it prints. So you see it printed John. So this is how we can access if a particular property has got some special characters, and if it is enclosed within double quotes, this is a way we can access that particular property of an object. What are functions? Functions are basically designed to perform a specific task which are repeatable. So in programming, it is a block of reusable code designed to perform a specific task. These functions allow you to break your code into smaller, manageable, reusable section and making it more organized and efficient. It is not a good practice to write entire code um, in a single function or a single file and try to break them into the smaller chunk, and each is specifically designed to perform certain kind of a task. So by this way you're making your code more organized and more manageable. The key elements of a function has a function definition. This shows how the function is created. It includes the function name, the parameters if any, and the code that will run when the function is called. This is about the function definition. Then it has a parameters. Here you see these two are the function parameters, which can take the input values that influence the behavior of this function, right? Then return values, function can return a value to the part of the program where they are called, allowing them to send back the results of their operations. So in this case, in JavaScript, function always starts with the keyword function followed by the function name, then the parameters. Okay, and then this function is designed to perform a certain task. In case here, it is going to calculate the area of a rectangle. So the area is equal to the length into width. Then it will return an area. It's not necessary that every function should return a value. Certain functions are designed to return a value. Certain functions are designed not to return a value. Let us start working on the function in Postman. Let's start working with functions. Let us write a simple function that prints hello. How do we write? Start with function keyword followed by the name, then parenthesis, then we write a body of function. Inside the function, let us call console.log, then hello, right? Let's execute now. We see nothing has happened. Why? Because we have just defined this function, right? We have written how this function should work, but we are not calling this function yet. So let's call this function. How do we call this function? By its name with the two brackets, right? Let's see what happens now. It goes into the function, and inside the function we are basically printing hello. Okay, this is an example of function that is not returning any value. It doesn't take any basically it doesn't take any parameter. It is also not sending or returning any value. So this is an example of a function without any parameters and without any return values. Let us make this function little interactive. Let us say that this function takes a parameter as a name. Then I'll print my name is whatever the name that is passed. Okay, so I'll do here my name is, then a space followed by plus, then a name. This is how we basically combine strings. If there are two strings, if you want to combine, then you can use a plus sign. This is called as an operator, right? Plus operator. Then you can have an operator plus, then followed by a name that is we passed as a parameter. So what happens now if I try to call this function? Let us see. You see, my name is undefined because we are trying to use a name which is coming as a parameter, right? But while calling this function, we are not passing this as a parameter. So that is why the value is defined as an empty or an undefined, right? So instead of it, if I pass this as a parameter, right, uh, like test troop, so then you can see my name is test troop. Okay, whatever the value, whatever the name that is we are passing here, it will be substituted in here, right? This is how basically we can use the function with a parameter. Let us enhance this function little bit. Now currently what I am doing is I am trying to I am printing a name here, right, within the function body. So I don't want to do that now. Instead of it, I want to print it outside the body of this function. So this can be achieved by returning a certain parameter from this function. So let us do this. Let us do let return value that is equals to, let us copy this one, semicolon. After this, let us return this value from the function. Use a keyword return, then this particular variable. Okay. Let us run this. Basically, we are calling a function that returns a value. Yeah, nothing is there because we are not storing this variable, right? We are just calling it, but we are not storing the return value. Let us store this value. Let value got is equal to say hello. So when you call this function returns a value. That value will be stored in this variable. Now if I try to print this variable, then it should print my name is test room. Save this. See this. So this is a different kind of variations that we have done with respect to calling the functions. You can also write your own function uh, that can uh, that can basically calculate an area, perform an addition of two numbers, subtract two numbers, etc., etc. So that you can do lot of things, right? So I am just showing an example, but you can basically you can explore by yourself how to use a function that takes different parameters, multiple parameters, and return value. Let us do one more example. Function add numbers, which takes two parameters, which are both of them are number. Let us say a and b. These are the parameters in this function body. Then you can do return a plus b, right? Return a plus b. Here we can call the function add numbers, passing. See, it says, right? See, if you see here, basically it says it takes two parameter, right? So we can pass 5 comma 10 and then store the result in another variable. Then you can do console dot log c. Save and run. You see the value as 15. So you can change these numbers. Then it should give you a value as 20. This is how function works. Hope you understood. Let us enhance this function little bit. Now currently what I am doing is I am trying to print, I am printing a name here, right, within the function body. So I don't want to do that now. Instead of it, I want to print it outside the body of this function. So this can be achieved by returning a certain parameter from this function. So let us do this. Let us do let return value that is equals to, let us copy this one, semicolon. After this, let us return this value from the function. user keyword return, then this particular variable. Okay. Let us run this. Basically we are calling a function that returns a value. Yeah, nothing is there because we are not storing this variable, right? We are just calling it, but we are not storing the return value. Let us store this value. Let value got is equal to say hello. So when you call this function returns a value. That value will be stored in this variable. Now if I try to print this variable, then it should print my name is test room. Save this. See this. So this is a different kind of variations that we have done with respect to calling the functions. You can also write your own function uh, that can uh, that can basically calculate an area, perform an addition of two numbers, subtract two numbers, etc., etc. So that you can do lot of things, right? So I am just showing an example, but you can basically you can explore by yourself how to use a function that takes different parameters, multiple parameters, and return value. Let us do one more example. Function function add numbers, which takes two parameters, which are both of them are number. Let us say a and b. These are the parameters, and this function body. Then you can do return a plus b, right? Return a plus b. Here we can call the function add numbers, passing. See, it says, right? See, if you see here, basically it says it takes two parameter, right? So we can pass 5 comma 10 and then store the result in another variable. Then you can do console dot log c. Save and run. You see the value as 15. So you can change these numbers. Then it should give you a value as 20. This is how function works. Hope you understood. Let us enhance this function little bit. Now currently what I am doing is I am trying to print, I am printing a name here, right, within the function body. So I don't want to do that now. Instead of it, I want to print it outside the body of this function. So this can be achieved by returning a certain parameter from this function. So let us do this. Let us do let return value that is equals to, let us copy this one, semicolon. After this, let us return this value from the function. User keyword return, then this particular variable. Okay. Let us run this. Basically we are calling a function that returns a value. Yeah, nothing is there because we are not storing this variable, right? We are just calling it, but we are not storing the return value. Let us store this value. Let value got is equal to say hello. So when you call this function returns a value. That value will be stored in this variable. Now if I try to print this variable, then it should print my name is test room. Save this. See this. So this is a different kind of variations that we have done with respect to calling the functions. You can also write your own function uh, that can uh, that can basically calculate an area, perform an addition of two numbers, subtract two numbers, etc., etc. So that you can do lot of things, right? So I am just showing an example, but you can basically you can explore by yourself how to use a function that takes different parameters, multiple parameters, and return value. Let us do one more example. Function function add numbers, which takes two parameters, which are both of them are number. Let us say a and b. These are the parameters in this function body. Then you can do return a plus b, right? Return a plus b. Here we can call the function add numbers, passing. See, it says, right? See, if you see here, basically it says it takes two parameter, right? So we can pass 5 comma 10 and then store the result in another variable. Then you can do console dot log c. Save and run. You see the value as 15. So you can change these numbers. Then it should give you a value as 20. This is how function works. Hope you understood. So we understood what are functions, right? Now let us come to built-in functions. Built-in functions are the functions that are not written by you. It is readily available to you to use it. Either it is coming from the programming language itself or coming as part of a standard libraries. These are the functions predefined and ready available without writing them from a scratch. Built-in functions help simplify the common tasks like mathematical calculation or the string manipulation and data processing, etc., etc. I have listed down some of the commonly used and the functions. For example, to calculate the maximum of numbers or to find the square root of a number, to convert a string into an uppercase, or to find out a date. Okay, and for example, to add a new item into a list using a push operator, or to pop an item to take out an element out from the list. These are some of the built-in functions that are already available. Let's try one of the built-in function. For example, math dot, sorry, it should be capital M, math dot random. See, it basically says that this returns a number between 0 to 1, right? So let's try printing it. Console dot log. Let's try this. Yeah, see, 0.666. So again, let us try this. It will give a different number, 0.9. Again, try. Is a remote. So it is basically displaying print. It basically returns us a random number between 0 to 1. Okay, we'll try to multiply this with the 10. Let's see what happens. It will give between 0, it will give between 0 to 10, right? Now see 3.99. Again try 8.56. Okay, this is how we can use the built-in functions. Earlier, when we talked about object, I was only explaining about the properties. That is, the data that is associated with an object. If you take an object as a human, there is certain data that is associated with the human, like his name, his age, his skin color, and things like that. But I also specified that there is also another part which is called as an behavior. So if you take a human as an object, so human can walk, human can talk, we celebrate our birthday. These are the examples for the behavior of any human, right? But in the programming terms, these are called as an methods, or the functionalities, or the functions that are associated with this object. That basically says what are the functions that this object can perform. So we will try to understand this by doing some exercise in Postman. For this exercise, I will be using employee as an object, and this has a properties but no associated behavior or methods. So we can create a method as working colon. Then this is a method or a function, so you'll have to write as a function here. Then parenthesis, then a body. So generally when we define a function, we start with the function as a keyword followed by the name of the function. We are not using any name because the working itself is acts as a name in an object. So let's write a behavior here, console.log. I am working today. Okay, this is a behavior. And how do we call this? We will call again with the dot operator using the object. This is like object dot operator followed by, you see, this method is getting listed here. But since we are calling this as a function, you'll have to use a parenthesis here. Okay, let's try this. It should print as now I am working today. You see, we have an expected result. This is how basically we add the behavior to the object, and how to call this behavior, right? This is how we invoke this behavior. Hope you understood. JSON is nothing but JavaScript object notation. It is commonly used data exchange format between the client and the server. Okay, it's a lightweight data interchange format that is easy for both the human and machine to read and write. It is primarily used for transmitting a data between server and an web application, also for storing a structured data. Key features of JSON: one is the data representation. The data inside a JSON is always represented in key value pair, which has got a key here. For example, name is a key and value is John here. It's a language independent, although it is derived from JavaScript. It is used across many of the programming language. It can be used in Java, C Sharp, Python, etc., etc. It is very easily readable. JSON is easy to read and write, making it popular choice for configuration files and web APIs. So why we are basically interested in JSON is, if you see, most of the responses in an API that we get from our server is of JSON format. So it is very important to understand the JSON and also see how to basically validate a JSON, or how to basically get a parse a JSON to get a particular the value out of it, right? So this is very important. This is needed when we try to do a validation on the response that we receive from the server. In order to get the element value that is stored inside the JSON, so we need to basically parse the JSON. So JavaScript provides a built-in function, JSON.parse function that converts a JSON into a JavaScript object. Once it is converted into JavaScript object, then using a dot operator, we can retrieve this value. Let's see how to do it in Postman. We saw how to convert a JSON string into a JSON object using a JSON parser, right? So we will try that exercise here. For this exercise, I will use this particular JSON response. I will not take everything, I will take part of it. I will close the bracket and try to assign to this one to a variable. Let response equal to this one, right? Then I will convert this into a JSON string. Let JSON string equal to JSON dot stringify. There is a function called JSON stringify, and pass this as an object. Now basically we are getting we are converting the entire the object into a JSON string, right? Let's see what JSON string contains. Console dot log into JSON string. Try to execute this. You can see everything is stored within a string object, see, double quotes, right? So entire the object is converted into a JSON string now, right? So from this JSON string we try to convert back into a JSON object. This is done like JSON object that is equals to JSON dot parse, pass this string as a parameter. Then we converted JSON string into an JSON object. Let's see how it looks. Console dot log JSON object. You see, this is in terms of an object. Now you can use a dot operator basically to retrieve JSON object dot id, right? So we can use the console log. So we should get this particular value. Let's try this. Yeah, see, this is how basically we can parse the JSON, right? We can parse the JSON and we can get the content. JSON parsing is very important when it comes to validating the JSON responses. If you want to extract a particular value from the response, then we can use a JSON parser to extract that value, and then we can perform the comparison. So you understood how to use the JSON parser. In the previous video, we explored the basics of JavaScript and got hands-on experience using it with Postman. In today's video, we will take it further and focus on writing simple API tests in Postman using JavaScript. We will cover the topic like validating the response code, checking the structure of JSON response bodies, writing an effective assertion, and verifying the data types with JSON requests. Additionally, we will look into setting and retrieving collection variables through the scripts, passing the data between the tests, and how to use the looping concepts and using the loops to iterate over the arrays in the response data. So for this example, we will be using the Trello APIs that we've used in the previous exercises. Let's jump into Postman and trying to understand what are the built-in functionalities that Postman provides to automate the API testing. Let's go to one of the requests, and if I go to the script section, I see pre-request and post response. And when I click into pre-request, on the right hand side I see the lot of code snippet that is provided by the Postman to basically automate the pre-request activity. So if you see, most of them are setting in, most of them are getting an variable, setting an variable, and limited to sending a request. When I come to the post request, I see much more enhanced snippets, basically to retrieve the variables and check the status code, validating the JSON response and things like that. So we will deep dive them one by one. Let's start writing a simple test that verifies the response code. For this exercise, let us use this particular get API, and this API gets the membership of a board, and as per the API documentation, when the request is successful, the server should respond you with 200, right? 200 as a response code. Let's come back to the Postman. Let's go to the script section, go to the post response. Here there is a snippet basically to validate the response code. As soon as I click it, it automatically basically inserts you the code that performs the verification of your response code. So this starts like this. It will always starts with the PM. PM is Postman, and it exposes a lot of functions to perform the task. One of them is a test, and here basically you can give an header what task you are going to perform. Let us say uh, verification of response code 200. Okay, and this is a function. If you see this function, it does not take any parameters, but the body of the function where we are basically validating the response code. PM dot response basically gets the response in that to have the status 200. That means it's basically validating the response code as 200. Okay, so let's save this and try to run this request. And if I go to this particular test result section, it says that I have one test and the test is basically passed. Okay, let us try to do something else. We are trying to see whether it is giving me 400. This test is giving me 400 and by passing the parameter as 400, but actually this is a correct test and it should return me 200, but I am checking whether it is returning 400 or not. Okay, so this test basically should fail now, right? So let's run this test. You see, I was expecting 400 but I got 200. Okay, let us make it 200. Let us make it as 200. Okay, let's tweak this test and try to access a resource that is not available. Basically, instead of me, let us give as no one. Ideally, this should return me 404 as per the documentation, and but we are verifying for a 200 code. So this test should fail. Let us save and run. See, server returned 404, but I was expecting 200. Eventually, the test is failed. Now let us revert back this test. Save and execute. Now the test failed. This is how we can write a simple test just to validate or verify the status code. Let's proceed further. Along with validating the response code, let us also start validating the response body as well, some parameters of the response body. Let's try how to do this. For this exercise, let us use the API get a board. If you see get a board, it try to get details of a board for a passed ID. Okay, so you need to pass an ID, then it gets the details like whether it is closed, is false, or like what is the description, what is the name, and things like that. Right? Then all the information related to a particular board. Let us try this with our Postman. So I already created a request. I have a status test. Along with that, I will also write a test to basically validate the JSON body. So for this, for post response, for this we can use the test response body contains a string. Okay, for example, we can use this, or yeah, we can also, rather than using this, let us use this JSON check. Okay, this is the right one actually. So as I told, this will the test will start something like this: postman dot test with your heading check for a board name. So we are validating the board name. If you see, the board name is type string, right? And if you can go to the documentation, it also says the board name is of type string, right? Yeah, responses if you see, and child properties, the name is a string. Response, the name is a string. So it's a kind of, it's a it's a string. So we have to validate that. So how do you validate the function? So what we are doing, basically we are writing this into a variable. So pm dot response dot json basically gets the response in a JSON format, and I am storing it in a variable called JSON data, and then I am putting this assertion telling that I am expecting JSON dot data dot, it is not a value here, if you see, it is a name. Instead of value, I will put it as a name. I am expecting to equals to the value. So I should give this as a value. I am expecting this as a value. I need to give it in within double quotes, telling that it is a string, right? It is a string type. So what I did, basically I went and I took this particular snippet, it automatically inserted a code. I basically changed the property that I am basically trying to validate. The property is name here. So the name, the value for the name is the value for this name is board created by Trello API. Okay. This is a small test where I am basically running, trying to get a board for a given board ID. If you see the parameter, I am passing the board ID as a parameter, and for this ID, it basically gives me the properties of a board, and one of them is a name. I am trying to validate that name here. This is how we do it, and just try to run this. There are two tests now. The one is the verification of the status code, another one is the verification of the particular property within the JSON response. And there are two tests which are passed. Let us try a negative test. Instead of API, I will give an hyphen here. Yeah, so this is, save this and try to execute. Basically it should fail. See, it failed. It was expecting, it was basically I am expecting this one, but I got this one, right? So let us turn it back, save this, send it. This is well. This is how we basically validate a particular properties within response JSON. Let us go one step further and try to verify the type of a parameter. For example, in a get a board request, you see the response. When you receive a response, you see lot of parameters. For example, the name is type of a string, description is a string, then printed is a boolean, URL is a string, and in case if you want to validate them, the Postman provides a built-in function to validate that. So let us see how to do this, and we will use the same, we'll copy paste the same test. and we'll try to modify this. Check data types of few properties. Okay, for example, let us take first name. For that we need to write pm dot expect bracket the parameter name. The parameter is a property here, that is basically JSON data dot name, then dot to b to dot b dot to be a type is like string or something like that. Let us put it as a string, and let's save this. Try to execute. You see 3 steps, all of them are passed. And if I come to the body, I also see pinned, right? The property pinned is of type boolean. Let's see how to verify that, right? Same thing, I can copy basically up to here JSON data, and I can do dot pinned. Let's copy this. To dot p dot a boolean. This is passed, right? And this is passed. This is how basically we can verify the property type. Yeah, and if you see the body itself is an object, is an object, right? It is a JSON object. Let's try to verify the response itself is an object or not, type object or not, right? This is an object, entire response. So instead of JSON data here, I can remove this, and instead of JSON data, I can only give the JSON data. Yeah, to be. This is not to be a. Instead of this, it's to be an, and you can give it as object. Code test. Yeah, all of them are passed. So how to use which assertion? You can go through Google and basically check for the documentation about the built-in utilities of the Postman. Let us consider a request that has the array of JSON objects, and let us see how to parse them and try to validate JSON properties. Okay, for this example, I will be using get membership of the board, which basically sends the response me back with the number of boards and its information. If you go to my account, currently I have 2 boards, and when I try to execute this particular request, it should give me 2 JSON objects, and let's try to execute it using a Postman. I send this request. You see there is an array and which has got the 2 elements. To see them precisely, let us write a small test.
and is a post response. Let us use the JSON value check, and let us remove this particular line, and let us use the variable as let and JSON data. Let's try to print this console dot log JSON data. Try to execute this. In the console you can see there are two elements. The 0th element is basically displaying the data of a board by name this one, Trello API by Trello API. The first element is displaying the data about the board with the name working with Trello API, right? So if, for example, if you want to validate the name of the second board or the name of the first board, how to do this? Let us try to do this. This can be done with the help of an array object, right? So you can do pm dot expect, then we have JSON data of index 0 dot name, sorry, index of 0 dot name to eql. Sorry, I am missing a bracket here. Sorry, should be JSON data to dot equal, and for the 0th one, what is the name? I can take this as a name, and for the first one, name is this one, right? Yeah. Now let's save this. Try to execute this test. You see, two tests are passed. So you can write your test name. Sorry, I forgot to write a test name. Verify board names. See, you can see, verify the board names. In case if you want to know how many JSON elements are part of this particular response, you can do by printing console dot log, then we have this JSON data dot length. Let's try to execute this. Sorry, I have made a mistake. Yeah, you see the value is 2, and we can also do a kind of an assertion for this. How do we do this? We take this as pm dot expect if you sure that your board
Here the workspace has two boards. Then you can basically put an assertion here. Length to equals, and you can put it as 2. Let us remove this line and try to execute a test. You see the test is passed, right? If I make it as 1, this should fail basically. You see this is failed because we are expecting 2 but we got it as 1. This is how we can parse an array of JSON objects which is part of the response data. Hope you understood. So in this example, the response from the JSON is an array of JSON object. In order to retrieve a particular element within a JSON object, we are using an array index. If you see here, we are basically hard coding the array indexes to retrieve a particular property of a JSON object. This works very well when the response has a less number of JSON objects within an array. Think of a condition if an response has an array with hundreds of JSON objects, then hard coding is not an efficient method. For this, to work efficiently in such cases, we use the looping concepts. There are many kinds of loops that are available within a JavaScript, like for loop, while loop, but I will be demonstrating how to parse a particular JSON element using a for loop. Let us understand how to use a for loop. For loop is always starts with the keyword for in JavaScript, and then the starting value, the initializer, then let I equal to 0 from where the loop should start and where the loop should end. Okay, so for this example, let us consider that I have an array with 10 elements. Length of an array is 10 elements. Then if I want to iterate over an array, I will start with 0 and I will end with 10. This is basically a condition. So this loops over. I will start with 0, then I am going to increment the I value. So every iteration starts with 0. Every iteration I will increment till I becomes 10. Then when I is equal to 10, 10 is not less than 10, right? Then this condition will fail, and this this iteration will also stop, and then followed by the set of commands that you want to execute. In this case, I will just try to print a value of I. So here I should start with 0 and this should end with at a 9. Okay, so let us check whether it works fine or not. If you see, it started with 0, it ended with 9. This is how basically for loop works, and the looping concept is very important while iterating over an array, and also this is one of the efficient method. Let us try to rewrite this test using a for loop. For let I equal to 0, I less than length of the array, that is JSON data, comma, le length, then I plus plus, and console dot log of I. Let's first try to print. You should give 0 and 1. I go to console here. You see it is 0 and 1. Now let's try iterating over an array of JSON objects and try to print the property name. How do we do it? Console dot log then JSON data of I, because the index is I, dot the property is name. Let's try executing this. You see, we have names of two boards, right? We have two boards, one by name board created by Trello API, another one is working with Trello API. Now let us try to print the board names using an the for loop iterating over the JSON array of JSON objects. So for this we need the length of an array, which is basically JSON data dot length. So we will be starting with 0 and we'll going up to the length of the JSON array. After that, what we are doing, instead of I, we will be replacing with JSON dot then with then index as an I and name. Let's run this now. You can see we have the names of two boards here. Now let us try to validate the board names using the for loop and the condition, if condition. So for this, uh, we need to write a bit of logic. So how do we write it? If this name equals to this value, this string, right? Yeah, then we'll have to do work. What you can do is you can add a counter. We can basically add a counter to count the number of occurrences. Let counter equals to 0. Then we can increment a counter here. You can write counter plus plus or counter equal to counter plus 1. So again we can copy this one, then we'll try to paste the same. Little bit of indentation to make the code looks better. Yeah, then counter equal to counter plus plus. So the value of the counter should be 2 because we are having the two boards, and this basically should we are validating, right? So the comparison should lead into the two values, right? So that is what we are trying to compare, and once we come out of the for loop, we can do a PM expect the counter value should be equal to 2. That we can do PM expect dot sorry of counter we can copy from here, 2 equals to 2. Okay, this is our test. Basically what we are doing, we are trying to compare uh, the name of the board that we get it from the response with the board name. Ideally we should store it in a variable. If you know the already created board name, while creating a board we can basically store this in a variable, and when you are trying to get, what we can do is we can compare with the stored variable. So what we are doing here is we are trying to compare and incrementing the counter. So since we have a two boards, the counter should be equal to 2. This is what we are basically doing. Let us check this. Basically we don't need this now because we are removing that with the for loop. Right. Yeah. You see, two tests are failed. two tests are passed here. Both of them are passed. Okay, and what we can also do is trying to print the counter here. So that will be console dot log of counter. The value is 2, right? So if I put it as 1, this test should fail now. See, this is failed because we are expecting 2, but we are expecting 2, but we got it 1, right? So yeah, so let us change this back. Yeah, this is how we can basically verify the JSON properties which are within the array response, within the response array. Okay, hope you understood this concept of the for loop and the evaluating the condition using the if statements. If you see here, we are basically comparing the board names with an hard-coded value. So what we can do better here is, instead of using an hard-coded value, we can store the board names while its creation, during its creation, we can store the board names into the variable, and while retrieving the board names using this get API, then we can do the comparison. So in in this section, what we do is we will focus more on storing the data into a variable and retrieving the data from the variable. Let us see how to set and get the variable. So for this, I will delete this code snippet, and what I will do is I'll um, I'll try to show how to set a variable. We can set a different kinds of variable. So let us start with the collection variable. pm dot collection variable dot set. It takes a key value pair, and basically key is a string. We can give as my name, for example, and the value is test troop. Let us run the script, and this will be stored in a collection variable. We can view the collection variable by going to our collection and then right click here. Then we can do an edit. Then we can go to a variable section, and in the variable you can see here it has created a variable called my name, whose value is test troop. Now let us see how to retrieve this variable, right? And this can be done using pm dot collection variable dot get. Then you have to pass the variable name, and this will return you, in turn it will return you the value stored in that particular variable. Let my name val is equal to this one, and then do a console dot log. You see, it is displaying the value that is stored in this variable. This is how we can basically store the variables in different types of variables. Like it can be a local variable, or it is a collection variable, or it can be an environment variable, and we can retrieve these values, and this can be used as a reference for the our validation purpose or the comparison purpose. So we will do some hands-on. We will try out some hands-on examples to use the collection variable. And for this example, what we can do is we can create a new board, and then we store the board name and board ID into the collection variable. And after that, we can add the list to multiple lists to this board and try to get the list in a board and make a comparison, right? This is what we are going to do as a part of an exercise. Let's start creating a board. For this exercise, I already created an um, this particular request. I just copied it from create board, right? Just click over here on the three dots, then you can create a duplicate, and I already have it here. And let's give the board number, board name as create board exercise 001. Okay, and when you run this request, in response server will give the id and the name, and we will try to store this in a variable. Okay, okay, let us take this one. Okay, let us go to the scripts. On the post request, we can write add a snippet as a 200 code, and after that we will try to set a variable, right? We will try to set a variable. This can be done by pm dot set pm dot collection variable dot set. We'll give this one as an id variable name, and id is, so for that we need to get a JSON body, right? So yeah, we will write, yeah, so we'll take this one, yeah, and put it here. Let's delete this one. I will use let, this will be json.data dot id, and I will also set another variable. This is basically a name. This will be this. Try to save this and try to execute this. Yeah, so it is created a board. We got a response. Go to the variable now in the edit section, variables. You see, this is what we have, right? So we will use this for creating our list. We'll create a, I will also make a copy of this, create a list, duplicate it, then create list for exercise. Just save this, and instead of what it needs is we have to pass a name. We can pass a name as uh, okay, let's create a name as board. Yes, instead of this we can give as new 001. Yeah. And the board id is, it is stored somewhere like something like this, right? See, it is already stored, so we can create while in response. When we create, this is also again trying to give me the id and name, right? Board id and the board, basically the list id and the list name. So let us try to save them as well. Let's go to the scripts, post response, again add this one as a test. It should be successful. Then we will also take this and we will use this again here. select, then we can delete this. And what I can do is pm dot collection variable dot set, then the name collection variable dot set, then the key will be, again I will take this as a key. Instead of board, I will put it as a list. ID, and this will be JSON red dot ID. Again, the name, this will be dot name. Let's execute this. Is successful. Again, we can go and verify the variable. You see, it is created. Let us again try to create another list. Yeah, just make a duplicate, and this one I will make it as 002, 002. Everything remains the same. Here I will make it as doing 001, and in the script section I will make it as 002 here, and I will make it as a 002. Save this, execute it. Right, I have got an ID, and these are all now stored. Again, I can go back to the variable. Sorry, I can go back to the variable and just check it. See, all these values are now stored. So now in the next exercise, what we will do, we will try to get number of lists in a given board and try to compare with these stored values, right? Then we will retrieve the variable, and while comparison, we will try to retrieve and do the comparison. So we will be using this particular API gets lists on a board. Let us copy this request and use it in a Postman. I'll take out this because this is a base URL. Yes. These are it basically needs an ID. What we can do is we can make it as a path variable, and for these values we can pass a collection variable as an API key, and this will be a token, and this ID will be this will be create board exercise ID 001, right? Yeah, this is the one. Let us save this. Yeah, let's try to execute it to check whether it works fine or not. Yeah, it works fine, and see, doing 001, and then there is a new 001. These values we already have it. Now try to put an validation for that. Okay, let us remove all these things. First clear also the console. Then go to the post response section. Status code is 200. Then we will write another test verifying the JSON check, and for this we will go name, verify the list ID and name. Right, the similar logic we will use it here. We have JSON data. This is basically an I think this is basically an array here, right? Let's put it as array, and let's go into a for loop. I equal to 0, I less than JSON data dot length, then I plus plus within a body. I can do a JSON data dot I dot name equals to what is our collection variable? PM is not equal to, it's double equal to PM dot collection variable dot get. Yeah, the values are here. Go to an edit variables. Yeah, these are basically the variables, right? This is an ID. This is an ID. And this is a name. Something like this. And yeah, this is, sorry, this should be ID and this should be name. So we have to do it for 2 times because we have 2 lists, right? So again we will put it in under a comparison. Counter equal to 0. Okay, then we can put if statement. If it is true, then counter equal to counter plus 1. So let us add this everywhere. So let us add here, let us add it here, and let us add it here. Little bit indentation, and this should be 0 2, and this is also should be 0 2, and everywhere we should put if statement. Then here also if statement, then here also if statement. So we have counter. Now we have to write a logic like the counter should be equal to 4, right? PM dot expect of counter to equal of 4, right? Save this. 001 name, ID and name, again ID 002 ID and 02. Hope this, yeah. something is failed here. Reference error, 0 is not defined. Yeah, sorry, this is an error I made. It should be 0. Again, expected 0 to deeply equal to 4. Something is wrong here. So let's debug this. Did you understand what is the mistake I made? So I was supposed to take a list ID, but I took a board ID. That is wrong, right? So I'll have to compare with the list ID. That is why the counter was coming as 0. Let's go back to our collection, edit, and we will take, yes, we'll take this one and replace it here. 001 name, 001 ID, 002 name, 002 name. Now it should work. Let's try. Again, it is failed. Counter is not defined. I removed the counter. Let us copy from here. Counter equal to 0. See, now both the tests are passed. This is basically how we can store the value from one test into a variable and pass this value into another test. So far in the video or in the session, what we have done a lot of things during the post response. What we have done is, once the response is received, we pass the responses, right? We perform certain kind of a validation on the data that is received on the response. We also try to set certain kind of variables also. So in this section, we will try to work the pre-request part of the Postman scripting. For this exercise, let us use request response.in website, and where we can see um, lot of APIs that have been listed, and we specifically pick up creating an user, right? So this is a kind of a post request. Let us take this, the endpoint. Sorry, uh, let's copy this. Let us go to the Postman sphere. Yeah, let us go to Postman, and let us go to that particular section where we created the user management, right? So let us do a duplicate of one, and then use this. Yeah, so instead of this, I will use create user. Let's save this, and this is a post request, and it basically needs, what it needs is, if I come to the document, it needs a body. In the body, you need to pass a name and a job. Let us copy this like this, and go back to Postman, go to the body here, and then let us put this one like this. Let us save, and let's run this. Let's see whether it runs properly or not. Just a sanity check. It is created, so the response is 201. So let us come back to, let us try to set this variable the name variable dynamically using the scripts. For this we will use a prerequisite script. I already have a code that I wrote to generate a random name. I'll just copy this and paste it here. Okay, and this basically generates an random name, and what it does is I'm storing some random names in an array, first name and last name, and then I'm calling the random function, which is a built-in function which gives me a value between 0 to 1, which yeah, and then what I'm doing is I'm multiplying with the length of this array, and then I'm floating it. Floating it means I'm converting the floating number into an integer number, so that I get an index here, right? So let's run this program and try to see uh, what it prints in the console. For that, let us clear this. Now it printed me Michael Anderson, the Michael, and from here, and Anderson, it took it here from the here. Again, let us use Sophia Brown. So every time when I run, it gives me a random number. And what I will do is I will set this into a collection variable as pm collection variable dot set as the key is username username for create, and the value is whatever we got it here, right? Let's see what happens now. Let's run this. See the so did I miss? Okay, I will also try to print. Okay, console dot log, then random name. The name is James Smith. I'll come here and see the variable is James Smith. I will try to execute it again. Now it is Jane Tyler. What I will do is I will again try to open this, edit here. See, this is Jane. This is basically overwriting. Okay, now what I want to do is I want to use this variable in the body. Instead of this name, we will replace this with a variable, and for that I will go and get the variable, and this is the variable that I used. I come back here and I'll just replace this, but one thing you should remember, this should go as a string. To enclose this as a string, we have to enclose it in a double quotes. Now basically just save it and run this. It's creating a name, Emily Smith. Again run this, Emily Tyler. So we can also basically clear here. We can also examine what is the value that is going in as part of the body. Try execute this. Yes, we can come here. You can see the request body. It is sending as Olivia Johnson. See, it's a Olivia Johnson. This is how we can also make use of uh, the the pre-request script, where we can write a lot of Java codes. In this video, we will focus more on Postman variables. We will understand the variables in Postman. This includes introduction to variables, what are variables in Postman, why they are essential in API testing, the overview of different types of variables in Postman: global variable, environment variable, collection variable, local variable, dynamic variables, things like that. How to set and get a variables, how to create a variable, and how to retrieve the value of the variable, and understand the scope of the variables. What are variables? In my earlier video, when I introduced
JavaScripting, I briefly talked about variable. I am going to reiterate the same here. The variable is a container or a storage location in a memory to hold the data. And the variable is always is labeled with the name or it is attached to a name, and using the variable name you can retrieve the value that is stored in the variable. The variables are the one whose value can change during the program execution. Why the variables are used? The way variables are used to reuse the values, right? Let us consider an example. In the course of Trello API, we did a lot of exercises, starting with creating a board, adding the list, adding the cards to the list, etc., right? And if you see in all these requests, the base URL is the same, right? So we stored the base URL in a variable and used this variable across the different requests. That is the one part. Second part is about the maintainability, right? So let us assume that this Trello API is going to change his base URL. In that case, if you would have created 100 requests as a part of our testing, so you have to go to each and every request and change its values if you have not used the variables. But in case if you used variables such as a collection variable, you can go to the variable section and just change this, just replace the old value with a new value. That is how it will be helpful for in case of maintainability. Third thing is flexibility across the environment. Variables makes easier to switch between the different environments. Maybe uh, in your organization you have a different environment for testing. It may be dev environment, test environment, acceptance environment, and production environment. By allowing environment specific values like the base URLs or the tokens, we can easily swap in and out without modifying the request. This is why basically the variables are used. In this video, we will explore the various types of variables used in Postman, including local variables, collection variables, environment variables, global variables, and dynamic variables. We will dive into each type in detail with practical examples and hands-on exercises to help you understand how to effectively use them in your API testing. Local variables are the temporary variables that are very specific to a single request or a script execution. So they cannot be accessible outside this request or outside of the script. It may be a pre-request script or an post-response script or a function that you write, right? The scope is only limited to a function within that function. When you come out of that function, you cannot access these variables. As I told, the scope is only available within a request where it is basically defined. They do not persist after the request is completed. Local variables are used whenever you want to perform certain kind of a calculation or certain kind of a logic. Then you can use a local variable within a function or within a script. A simple example could be, let us think you got a response from a server which has got an array of JSON objects, and each JSON object has got a property called as a name. And if you want to count number of occurrences of a names within an array of JSON object, then uh, you can take a variable as a count. Then you can iterate over these JSON objects. Whenever you encounter the property name, you can increment the counts. Okay, let us see how to use local variables in Postman. Let us go to Postman and let's go to the script section. Here where basically we can write a JavaScript either at pre-request or post response. And in JavaScript, we declare a variable using the keyword let, and the variable name, I'll give my name and a value as test true. Then let's use console.log to print the variable. And before that, let's clear the console dot
clear. Let's execute the script. You see the value is printed here. Okay, let's try to put this part of the code inside the block. You can put it inside the block using the flower brackets, and let's try to do the same thing outside of this block. You can see an error from the JavaScript telling that my name is not defined. That means this variable is local to the block where it is defined, and the scope of this variable is limited to the block where it is defined. So the local variables are temporary variables, and their scope is limited to a block or a script or a function where they are defined. So hope you understood this, understood the concept of local variable. Okay, if I try to put this particular statement outside of this block and try to execute now, and you see the test troop is printed 2 times. That means the the variable is outside the block, so the scope is limited to the entire script section. So this is defined in the post response, but I cannot go to pre-request and try to use that variable. Then JavaScript will give me an error telling that it is not defined. This is how basically we use the local variable. They are basically used as a temporary variable in calculations or in writing some kind of an logic. So another type of variable in Postman are the collection variables. The collection variables are defined within the collection. In our previous example, we had created 2 collections. One is called as user management collection, and another one is a Trello API collections. So if you define a variable within the Trello collection, you cannot use them in the user management collection. The scope is limited to the collection where it is being defined. The use case is when you want to share the variables within the request of the same collection and keep them isolated from the other collection. In such cases, the collection variables are used. Let us go to Postman and do some hands-on with the collection variables. Let us go to the Postman and let us go to the user management API collection and try to get the variable, whatever the collection variables that we have stored it. And we have stored 3 variables. Let us take the variable user ID. Let us copy this and let's go to the first request and go to the pre-request section and try to write a small script, small JavaScript to get the collection variable. How do we get a collection variable? It is using pm dot collection variable dot get. Right, we can pass the key as the name of the variable, and let's try to print this. Before that, we will clear the console. Console.clear. Then we can print console.log, this one. And if you remember, the value was 2 here, right? Let us save this and try to execute. So you see the value 2 is displayed, right? So first, since it is in a pre-request section, this part of the script will be executed, then the request is made, right? So let us use the same snippet code in the other request as well, right? In the other request, let us go to the script body, try to use it in a post response now. Now the request will be made, so we will clear this. Request will be made, then basically it will be, we will clear it in pre-request and we will try to execute it on a post request. So it will clear the console first, then the request is made, then this will print this value, right? See, This is how this sequence is working. So wherever I use within the particular collection, this variable value is we can get this variable value. We can that means we can use this variable anywhere within the collection. Okay, let us go to the Trello API where this particular variable is not defined. Let's make sure that this variable is not defined. If you can come to variable, there is no user ID defined anywhere. Let's go to the this particular section of it, and let's go to the prerequisite and try to execute this. Right? Sorry, yeah, this was what did we use? We use this one, right? Let us copy this, go to this, and paste it here. Save this. Now try to execute this. So you see the value is undefined. That means the value is not defined. So the collection variables are the variable that are used within the collection, and the scope is limited to the collection where it is defined. We cannot use this variable outside the collection where it is being used. Hope you understood this. Another type of variable that is used in Postman are the environment variable. Before we get into the environment variables, let us try to understand what is an environment in context of an API. An environment refers to the different stages or setups where the API is being deployed and tested. These environments represent distinct systems or the servers where the different versions of the APIs are hosted for development and testing or the production. Why the environment is so useful? Because we cannot directly go and do some changes in the productions. In case of any enhancements or any defects, fixes, we will have to do it first in the dev environment, then we have to test them in the dev environment. Once we get an acceptance that the changes are working fine, then only we can deploy these changes to the other environments. The dev environment will be used by the development engineers for doing their work, and then they deploy their changes into the test environment, where basically the testers or the QA team will be perform the testing on those APIs, and after that it will be deployed into the acceptance environment where the business users are going to perform certain kind of testing. And finally, once you get a confirmation that this API is working fine, then it will be deployed into the production environment. Is nothing but the different stages or a setup where the API is being developed, and then it is being deployed, and then it is tested. So generally in any organization we have dev environment, test environment, acceptance environment, and the production environment. The environment variable in Postman are used to store the values that are specific to a particular environment, such as development, testing, or production. These variables allow you to easily switch between the environment without needing to manually update your request. In case of the user management collection, we have used res.in as an base URL. This URL is basically a production URL. Imagine that you have another server that represents dev version of this particular user management server. Then the base URL could be something like rec.res.dev.in, right? So using a Postman, you can basically store these variables into into an environment variable, and whenever you are basically trying to execute a request in a dev, you can basically switch your environment to dev, and you can use the request dev.in as an base URL. When you switch into production environment, the variable the base URL will contain the value request.in. Let us see how the environment variable works in Postman. In case of Postman, you can see the environment variable under the environment section. Currently, we don't have any environment defined. That is why it says no environment. Let us click over here and try to create an environment. Let us have the environment name as a prod environment. Under this prod environment, let us define an variable that is called as base URL underscore env, and the value is, if I come here, this collection variable, take the value as something like this. Yeah, let us save this. Okay, and let us create another environment. There is already another production environment. Let us take the same URL, go to the production environment, click on create a new environment, make it as test or dev. Let us give it dev. Say, take the same variable and give the value as, where is it, here, give the value as, instead of this, let us give it as dev. Let us save this and let us try to use this. Let us try to use it in user management API, and for this I have already created the request. Here I will be replacing the base URL with something called, so you see it is already showing an environment variable. Save this. Let us shift our environment to production environment and try to execute it, and we should get a response, proper response, because we should get a proper response. See, we got a response for an we got a detail of an user with an ID 2, right? His name was Janet, last name was Weaver. Okay, his image is this thing. Okay, okay. Let us try to go into a dev environment. Okay, let's clear the console first and try to execute this request. For the dev environment, we are using this variable as a, what is the variable value? This is the variable value that is we are using. Basically, this server does not exist, right? It should basically give us an error now. Let us see whether it throws an error. Coming to here, try to execute this particular request and try to send it. You see, you got an error. Let us expand, try to understand what is an error. Yeah, it says that, so this particular endpoint is not found. Okay, request response hyphen dev, this is not found. So we are using the same the variable name. We have defined the same variable under two environment. When you switch the environment, basically you are getting the variable, the values, right? Different values. For the dev, it shows, when you switch to dev, it shows as request res underscore dev dot in. When you switch to the environment as production, sorry, I will take out this one and try to execute this. In the request, you see, yeah, this is a endpoint URL that is being used here, right? This is endpoint URL that is being used. And if I go back to the dev, save, execute, you get an error here because this is the endpoint that is being used. So this is how the value of the variable changes when you switch the environment. So the environment variables are very useful when you have set of APIs to be tested, okay, in different environment. Then you can create a same collection and you can reuse the collections by switching these environments to execute on different environment. This is how basically you can reuse your collection across the different environments. Okay. Another thing that I want to show about the scope of this environment variable. Environment variable is not limited to the collections. It is limited to the entire the workspace. you can come and see here under Trello API also. Basically, if you can go to one of the requests and to try to see whether this, just as do an experiment, try to see if this variable is exist. You can see this environment variable we can also see in the Trello API collection. That means the scope of this variable is not limited to collection. It can be used across the different collection. Okay, let us take it out. Basically from here, I think we can do the Control Z. Let us save this. What we can do is, let us come to the script here and try to retrieve this particular environment variable using a JavaScript. You can do this by pm environment dot get by the variable name. What is the variable name that we are using it here? If you see here, this is the variable name that you are using it. Try to go there. So sorry, so we don't need a bracket here, we only need this one. Remove this, within colon you can get, and let us try to print it here. Console dot log here under the prerequisite, and before this we can also do console dot clear. Save this, execute this. See, you see this, as a variable value. This is because we are using an environment as a dev. Let us switch this environment. Okay, let us execute this. So this is the value that we are getting. Let us say no environment. Send this value should be undefined because we are not using any environment. So you can in Postman you can click this particular icon here to see all the variables that you are using it in your workspace. So you see there are environment variables here. Okay, and there is a collection variable that you are used. There are no global variables and vault variables. We will see the global variables in our next section. So you can click over here to see all the variables as I told. Then you can click to the environment section. It basically opens you the currently active environment. Here you can see the value. If you want to delete, you can delete from here as well. So if you want to add a new variable, you can add it here. This is how the environment variable is being used in Postman. Next category of variable in Postman is a global variable. Global variables are accessible from anywhere in your workspace, regardless of the environment or a collection that you are working. They are useful for storing the values that needs to be reused across multiple request collections or an environment. Let us check how to define the global variable in Postman. Go to Postman and click this particular icon. Then it opens up all the variables that we can use it in Postman. Come to the global section and click here to add a variable. Let us add a new variable called my name. Let's use it as test true. Let's save this, and we can use this variable irrespective of the collections, irrespective of the environments, right? For example, let us check this as no environment, for example, and go to the get boards and try to get this particular variable. How do we get this particular variable? It is basically using pm globals dot get, and what is the value that we have? Yes, this is the variable name, and I use this variable name as a key and save this, execute. See, the value is test true. Let us change this to dev environment and again execute it. You'll get a same value irrespective of the environment, irrespective of the collection. The global variables has a very wide scope. The scope is to your workspace. The scope is limited to your workspace. Let us check this coming to here, which is another collection. Send this request. Yeah, basically this will fail because we have done an environment as a dev. Let us move to the production environment where this URL value is. Let us clear this, is a proper value. Environment variable we have set a proper value, and yeah, let us try to execute this. You see, we also got a name as a test troop, right? This is how the global variable is being used. If there is a particular that the value that you want to use irrespective of the collections, irrespective of the environment at a workspace level, then you can set the global variable. Hope you understood this concept. In case of Postman, there is another way of accessing the variable or getting the value that is stored in a variable. This is using a built-in function called pm.variables. Before using the pm.variable, it is good to understand how the precedence is given among the collection variable and environment variable, and the environment variable and global variable. If you have a same variable defined at the environment level and the collection level, then the variable, the value at the environment level will be given highest precedence compared to the variable that is defined at the collection level. So let us see this with an example. For this example, let us go to the user management API collection, see the variable, and let us use this user ID variable, and it has got a value 2. Let us go and define the same variable for the production environment. Let us go to the production environment and give the value, define the variable and give the value as 15, and save this and come back to one of the request at the collection and try to execute this script pm.variable.get. The user ID is a variable name, and if you execute this, then you see the value is been given as 15 because that is coming from the environment variable, right? That is coming at the environment variable. So always when you have a same variable defined at the collection level and at the environment level, the environment variable will always be given the highest precedence. Okay, yeah. uh, so in case of the same variable name is used between the global variable and at the environment variable level, then also the environment variable will be given the highest precedence. This we can do, uh, this we can check coming to the Trello API collection. In this API collection, we don't have any variable called the user ID, and let us go and define a global variable by name user ID. Let us add this. Let us take the same variable. Let us give the value as, here we will give the value as 1. Okay, and save this and come back
and go to any of the Trello APIs, this one, and let us try to copy paste this. So we are at the Trello API level. There is no collection variable, so there is only environment variable and global variable. Let us try to retrieve the value. See, you are again getting the value as 15. So we are also, let us clear this and go to this level. I think let us remove this one. Okay, otherwise it will be a confusion for us. Try to execute this. You see the value that is coming as a 15. So this is how the precedence is given. So the pm dot variable is used to get the variable value which is at the current context. Always remember, if the same variable name is used across the collection and at the environment level, always the preference is given to the environment. If the same variable name is used at the environment and at the global variable level, then also the preference is always given to the environment. This is how the pm dot variables works. Till now we were running the request one by one. In this tutorial we will understand different way to run the collections in Postman. The running the entire collection, not the request by request. Here we will explore the different ways to run the collections in Postman, making your API testing more effective and efficient. We will start running the collections in Postman manually. Then we will understand what is the meaning of scheduled runs. Then I will also touch upon how to run the entire collection without any manual intervention, that is automatically. While explaining how to run the entire collections automatically, I will introduce why we need this and a little bit of overview of the CI/CD concepts and also the pipelines. The whole the process of running the API test without any manual intervention can be done using a tool called Newman. So I will tell how to install the Newman into your environment. Then different ways of running the API tests in the Newman, either using the API key, URL, or the files. Finally, I will touch upon how to generate very good HTML, detailed HTML and JUnit reports. In case any of your request uses any environment configuration like dev or test environment or the production environment, then I'll also explain how to run these collections automatically using Newman by introducing the environment configuration. Let us go to Postman and understand what are the different ways that we can run the collections. To do this, we have to go at the collection level and click on these three dots. Then there is an item called Run Collection. And if you see here, it provides the three different ways of running your collection. Either you run manually or the scheduled runs, or automate the runs via the command line interface. So let's start with run manually. So while clicking the Run User Management API test this button, Postman will start executing all the tests, all the collection tests. Here, right, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 requests. It executes all the tests that are associated with these 5 requests. So if you see here, you can also see there is something called a run order, which will be telling the order in which the requests are getting executed. This will be the same order in which the requests are being created. If you want to change an order, you can basically drag and I think it is pull down. I wanted to execute post at the down at the almost at the end, so I can move these requests. I can rearrange basically these requests in an order in which I want to execute this particular test, right? Now let us click on run the user management test.
tests are basically got executed, and you see there are 8 tests that are being executed, and all of them are basically passed, right? Also see here uh, about the summary of your test. It says that it uses manual runner, it uses the environment as production, it uses single iteration, and this is how much time it took to the test to execute, and there are 8 tests that are executed, and average response time is 59 milliseconds. So it can also be used for performance testing of your APIs. So here it basically lists the entire test summary, and if you want more information about what has happened in the test, you can basically go and check here. But I don't see any response that is been coming. That is because there are certain configuration uh, I need to click while running the test. So let us go back, and again let us go back and run collection. And if you see here, there are two important parameters. The one is the persist response of a session. So if I check this on, then during the execution, whatever the response that we get, right, it will be shown. Try to schedule a run. The execution is done again, and if I click on here particular request, you see I can see all the details here, right? So this is by clicking that, by checking that particular configuration button. Okay, that is one of the important concept you need to remember while running your tests. So far what we learned is how to execute the tests manually, right? Manual runs, and then where to see the results, run result, where to see the summary, and how to see the passed and failed test, and how to go to each and every request and check their responses, what is happening, and also the order in which the tests are being executed. And one thing you need to remember, since we are using the free license, there is a limit on how many times you can execute the entire collection the manually. So if I go to this particular tab, it says that I can execute only 25 times, right? So I already executed 13 times. So the total number of times I can execute this particular collection manually is 25 times. When you run the test again and again, and if it crosses the limit of 25, then it stops running your test. So please make sure that the free trial only offers you the 25 manual runs. Let's explore how to run the Postman collection using scheduled run. Click on run collection, select this scheduled run item, give a name, and select the time when you want to run the test. Given, let us say 4 p.m. Give an environment, which environment it should use. Let us use the production environment, and then basically schedule this run. So this basically what it will do, every day, if you see, every day at 4 p.m. it will execute the test. But where this test will be executed? This test will not be executed from your computer. The test will be executed from the Postman cloud. So since it is executed from the Postman cloud, only the APIs that are public, that is publicly available API. For if you see the Trello API, request response API, these are all the publicly available API. You can go Google and search them. But if you have an APIs which are very specific to your organization, in such cases you cannot run them using the scheduled runner. So you have to keep this in mind. Now click button schedule run. So you can see that I have an schedule user, which is my test name, which is scheduled at 4 p.m. to run. So I can also manually run by clicking this button. Here when I click on this button, it will not run on my, basically it will not run on my machine desktop, but it will run on the cloud as it said here. Let us go and run it. You see the 3 tests are passed and some of them are failed. Let us see why it is failed. We will do an analysis, but before that, so since this test is being scheduled at the to run it in a Postman cloud, how do we find this basically? How do we, or where do we find this? Okay, in order to see a scheduled runs, you have to go at the collection level, edit the collection, then go to the runs. This basically shows all the runs, including the scheduled runs, the manual runs, and the runs that are run by the Postman CLI, that is called as an automatic run, right? So for the scheduled run, there is a special tab called schedule. Click on this. It basically shows the result of the test that we run, right? So click on this or view. It takes you to, yeah, it basically takes you into this screen. If you see, this is the one that I ran manually at 357. Then I waited till this particular run to be happening automatically. So, but you see, some of the test runs are failed. It says that it is unhealthy. But yeah, so this is where you basically you can find the test runs. Now let us check why these tests are failing. Okay, let us try to debug them and let us go to the failed test. And if you see, verify the details of the user ID. If I click on this, I am not getting any, yeah, I am basically not getting any kind of logs. Let us go to console logs. Yeah, it says that failed to verify the details of the user ID, unexpected. So there is something that we are doing in this test. I think we are trying to compare something. Let us go to this particular test. Let us go to this particular test with an ID to get user right. So if you see here, if I go to this particular test, I am trying to compare it is with an user ID. So one of the important thing that we have to see here is when the collections are run, other than the manual, when the collections are run outside of your environment, either maybe it is in cloud or using command line interface or an automated runs, always it picks up the variable from the initial value side. If you go here basically, and if you edit the collection, we are basically using certain variables here, right? But we have the values for the current value. The current values are used when you try to run them as a single or a collection using a manual run, right? So then these current values are used. For all the other runs, basically the initial values are used. So what you have to do, you have to copy paste these values back into the initial value. There is another way of doing it. I think that is using the uh, this particular using this particular item. If I keep persist all, then you see all the data will be copied from the current value to the initial value. Let us save this. And if I remember, in one of my tests, I think I am also using the environment variable. This is also the same case in the environment as well. So I have to go to an environment variable and I will try to see this. Click on this. You see the here also the initial value is missing. That is why all the tests are all the tests wherever the initial values are missing, it is failing. Here also I can do the persist all, then I do a save, then I have both the initial value and the current value. Now I will go back and try to run this test. What I can do is I can come here, I can go to edit, I can go to run, I can go to schedule, I can open this my test and I can again run it here, right? You see now all the tests are now passed, right? All the tests are now passed. That is only because of the variables these tests were failing, and when we copied the current value back into the initial value, the test started passing. So the important concept while running the test in a cloud or using an automated way, make sure that whatever the variable that you are using, it should have an initial value. Okay, so you'll have to copy the current value back into the initial value and then you have to execute it. It may be using a scheduled runner or maybe the automatic run. Hope you understood how the scheduled run works. Now let us see how to run the APIs in an automated way without any manual intervention. Before we deep dive into this section, it is better to understand why do we need to run an APIs in an automated way or without any manual interventions. I am going to introduce a concept of CI/CD that basically explains why do we need to run a test in an unintended fashion or in an automated way. CI/CD stands for Continuous Integration and Continuous Delivery and Deployment. It is a practice used in software development to automate the process of building the application or building the software, testing the software, and deploying the software into the different environments. In a normal development process, software development process, the developers work who are working on a new enhancement or an bug fixes, they do their work in a private branch. Once they see that their the work they have done is works fine, then they regularly merge their code or changes into a repository which is shared across the multiple developers. Each time the new code is added or merged into this shared repository or a shared branch, and automated tests are run to make sure that the new changes do not break anything. This ensures that the code is always in an healthy state. The one point to highlight here is an automated test, right? So if you have developed, if the developer is working on developing some kind of an API and you have developed a test to automate these APIs, in that case you need to run this test in an unintended fashion. When the developer checks in his code, this test should be run in an unintended way without any manual intervention. That is why automatic running of the testing is very important. Let's understand what is continuous delivery. After the code passes all the tests, it is automatically packaged and ready for release. See, when the software development is done, then the tests are passed. Now it is kind of an in a shippable format. Then what they do, they package the entire software along with all the needed dependencies. For example, uh, in order to, for example, let us take an example of writing and selenium test. For writing and selenium test, what you need a java, right? Java or an jdk, upon which you need to have a selenium libraries. So these are all the dependencies to automate a test. Similarly, for any kind of software development, there is a lot of dependencies that are involved, dependent components that are involved. It may be a kind of an libraries, it can be in jar, or it can be in Java runtime environment and things like that, right? So all those things are packaged basically into a package and make it ready for release. This means that application can be deployed into production at any time with the manual intervention. Continuous deployment is a process. This takes one step further. Once the code passes all the tests, it is automatically deployed into a live or an production environment. Okay, so it is so that the as soon as the different developers who are working on to develop a piece of software, they commit their changes. The changes are once the for any commits, the automated tests are run, and when everybody's code get merged, then a continuous regression tests are run in an unintended fashion. Once all these tests are basically passed, then the software is packaged and automatically it can be deployed into a production environment without any human intervention. This is called as continuous deployment. Okay. Basically, the organizations use pipelines to achieve this continuous integration, continuous delivery, or a continuous deployment. Some of the popular CI/CD tools that the industries use are the Azure DevOps, it may be the GitLab or GitHub, or the TeamCity, etc. Right? Jenkins, the Bamboo, to name the few of them. Right? To name a few. So why the CI/CD is important? CI/CD helps the team to release updates more frequently, catch the bugs earlier, and ensure higher quality software with less effort. It creates a faster and more reliable workflow from the development to the production. This concept is not at all related to the API testing, but I wanted to introduce CI/CD concept here in order to understand the importance of automated tests. Okay, so one thing I want to highlight is the execution of an automated test. So it is during the continuous integration clearly told that whenever the developer commits his changes into the shared repository, then the automated tests are executed to make sure that the new changes don't break anything. But where exactly these automated tests are executed? These are not executed on your local machine or an the desktop where you have developed these tests. And let us take an example where the developer is working on creating a new API or enhancing an API, and you have already created a series of tests to automate them. Okay, by installing a Postman, by calling the request in a sequence, all those things that what I explained in my earlier videos. Now, uh, now he basically merges his changes and tests are get automatically gets triggered. Where exactly these tests are run? These tests are not run in your desktop where you have developed these tests, but there is a dedicated resource pool that is assigned, that is attached to this continuous integration pipeline to run these automated tests. Okay, in most of these machines are either a Docker images or they may be an virtual machines, and uh, in 99% of the time you cannot go and install the software which has an graphical user interfaces and execute the test. In such cases, basically the command line interfaces helps us to run these kind of tests, run this kind of a test in an automated fashion. That is what we are going to learn next, how to run the Postman collection in an automated way without any manual intervention. Newman is a command line tool to run the Postman collections. So in order to run the Postman collections automatically, we are using a Newman as a tool, which is an command line tool. It is built on node.js. So if you want to install this Newman command line tool, first you need to install the node.js. So basically you can go to this particular resource and try to find the installable for node.js, and then you can install it on your machine. It can be on Linux machine, or it can be on Mac machine, or it can be on your Windows machine. This was the link that I was showing in my presentation. So you can go to the downloads and then you can select the operating system on which you are going to install it, right? So if you see, it supports Windows, Mac OS and Linux, and you can select this LTS version and download it and install. It is pretty simple to install Node.js. I have already installed Node.js. So in order to check uh, whether the Node.js is installed properly, you will have to go to the command prompt. Just type cmd, the command line prompt appears. Then you can check npm npm hyphen hyphen version, and it basically gives the version of the uh, packet manager what I am having, right? To check if the node.js is installed properly, you have to go to the command prompt, then type node hyphen hyphen version. You see I have version 18.16.1, which is the older version compared to this. Doesn't matter, we can still use this version. Okay, and upon which now we have to install uh, the Postman CLI, that is called as a Newman here, and there is a GitHub documentation about this particular command line tool. To it says that Newman, the CLI companion for Postman. Newman is a command line collection to run the Postman collections. Okay, so let's go to the getting started section, and it basically says how to install install this particular package. To install this on Windows, let us copy this command. Let us go to our command prompt and type this. You see now it is installed correctly, right? So now the Newman tool is installed correctly. Let us check what is the version of the Newman that is installed. Newman hyphen hyphen version. It is a 6.2 version. So this is how we basically install the Newman command line tool. We can run the Postman collection with Newman in a three different way, using API keys via URL and exporting the entire collection as a JSON file and then executing it. So we will go one by one and try to understand how to do this. Running the Postman collection via the API key. So for this you need to basically to get an API key for this collection. So this can be done via going at the collection level and then click at the share, and then here there is something called via API, and then you can generate. If you are using it for a first time, it will ask you to generate a key. So I already have a key. So here there will be a small box telling generate a key. For example, let us go to the Trello API and see via the API, right? So see, for this particular collection, I did not generate a key. So you can generate a key via clicking this generate key. So I have done this step already for the user management API. So that is why it already generated a key. I copy this key and then I come to the command prompt and use the command newman, then run. Newman run command. If you also go to the documentation, it also say you can also go through the documentation of Newman, that is a GitHub documentation, see how to run the collection. This is generally done by Newman run followed by the API key. If you see, it is executing all my tests totally. You might have seen I have 8 tests with the 5 requests, and out of which 2 are failed. And you can also see a reason why it is failed. Basically, in one of the request I am using the base URL environment, but while running I am not using the environment. I am just running the via the API key, just running the collection without any environment variable. That is why it is saying it is not found. I will later point in time I will also show you how to include an environment running the um, while running the collection automatically, right? So I will also show that. So this is how the report looks like, and if you see, it basically shows what are the tests what are the requests that are you executing, and it also prints console.log, whatever the statement that you have put, it also does the printing, and then it shows the entire execution summary here. So how many iterations it has done, how many requests that you are executed, and how many of them passed, how many test scripts were there, and how many assertions that you have put, how many passed and how many. Basically gives a detailed report, including the time that it takes for the complete execution. This is how we can execute the entire collection using the API key. Running the API collection via the URL. Okay, for this basically we need certain parameters to construct a kind of an URL. So I have created a collection for this, and get collection detail is one of them, and this is an API, basically endpoint URL that we need to construct an URL, right? This is an endpoint URL basically we need for constructing the URL. Okay, so this consisting of an the base URL, which is api.postman.com, then the collections and the collection ID, and then the API key. So each collection has got its own collection ID. So how do you get a collection ID? Then you have to go to the collection level. Then once you go into the collection level, then there is a small information icon that you get here. When you click here, then you get a collection ID. Just copy an collection ID here and come back to this particular request and substitute this ID with this value, right? So yeah, this is how you get a collection ID. Along with that, you also need an API key. Okay, and for the Postman, there is a way that how we can generate an API key. This is basically done by going to the manage accounts, then settings. This brings basically an it brings out an web page, something like this, where you can see your details, and then there is something called an API key. Click on this API key and then click here to generate an API key, and you can give a name. This is for uh, you can give it as Newman execution. Then you can get a generate key. Then you can basically copy this key, and then you can go to Postman and give this. Under this you can give the API key, right? You can give the value here, right? Now save this and try to execute. Yeah, see, this is basically executed, right? So this is successful. Now you can go to the console log, just copy this request. I just copy, come to the command line, then again here the same command, Newman run, followed by this command, right? You see, it executed the collection. Again you see there are two errors. This is basically expected because we are using an environment variable. So how to get over this, how to basically introduce an environment variable? This can be done via using another parameter passing to the Newman run. The parameter name is -e, include the environment. But in order to basically include this environment, you need to do a little bit of setup, how the same way how we did it for get collection. So you'll have to get an URL for that, and the URL here is environment with an ID and key. Since you are using a production environment, let us go to the production environment, and again try to get an ID of this. Clicking here, this is basically an ID, and come back to the get environment request and substitute where I have already given this ID here, but again I need an API key, and you can copy this value, same API key, you can come here and you can provide this value, right? Then save this request, execute this request, and this is the URL for, yeah, this is an URL for the environments, right? Copy this. Now come to the command line, execute the same command. This is the URL of collection, and again -e environment, -e means environment, give the URL of the environment as well, right? You see all our tests are passed. Okay, so this is how basically we can execute the API collection via the URL, including the environment URL as well. Hope you understood this. Now let us understand how to execute the collection by exporting the collection as a file, as into local file, right? So for this, what we need to do is we have to basically export. Okay, we basically export the collection. Then click on export button here. Yeah, so you can select a location where do you want to export it. I have exported basically into my download folder. Let us go to my download folder, and this is the collection. Basically collections are exported into a JSON file. Now in order to execute this, I will close this command prompt. I have to come to this location and just type a command. This will basically bring out a command line, and you see the location is C user, my name, and downloads. This is the folder where exactly it is. Okay, now if I try to list the files, see, you see I have a folder called directory called old, then I have a file, this particular file. So now let us try newman run and this particular file. Yeah, let us execute this. The tests are executed. Again the same result, the two test cases are failed here. That is because we have not executed the entire collection with the environment variable. In order to do so, we have to go to again Postman and go to the environment section. Then here also you can here you can export the environment as well, but make sure that all your execution that you do in an automated way always execute on the initial value. It will not execute on the current value. So in order um, to perform your execution properly, the field has to be filled in both at the environment variable level and also at the um, collection variable level, right? So if I go and edit here, you go to the variable, you see this fields, this initial value has to be filled. Right, now let us go back to the our environment variable. Let's come here and do an export. This again exported into a JSON file. It will be exported in the same location, and then I can execute the same command with the -e option. Then I can give prod. This is our environment collection, basically environment the file. So let's execute this. You see it executed beautifully, right? So without any error. This is how we basically execute the Postman collection via the local file using Newman. In all the three cases where we executed the collection via the API or maybe the URL or via the local file, you see some basic reports, right? But you can enhance the report by using another another add-in or another plugin. Let us see how to use it. One of the commonly used plugin for HTML reporting is the Newman reporter HTML etc. HTML extra. So there are several plugins that are available to provide a detailed HTML report. So I am going to use this particular the plugin, which is called as Newman reporter HTML etc. Sorry, HTML extra. So let us see how to work with that. And first you need to install this particular the package via the npm. Let us do that. Let's go to the command line, do it. The installation is complete. Let us go to the documentation and its usage. It says so Newman run this particular JSON, then you will have to give -r as a report, right? Report path. Sorry, and you can see the documentation. You can specify the -r to generate an HTML report, but using the hyphen reporter, this particular parameter, you can also provide a location where you want to basically generate a report. So let us directly use this -r option and see what happens. What I will do is I will go to my previous command where I am running my collection along with the environment. Then I will use -r option, right? You see now the execution happens silently. It is not printing anything with us, right? Anything to the console, but it basically generates a report. Let's go and check the folder. So from the folder where you executed, right? We have executed from the download folder. So the report is also getting generated in the download folder. It generates basically an folder called Newman, under which you see an yeah. So there is an HTML file. When you open, this is how basically it looks like. It says it also gives a lot of summary. For example, how total number of requests, how many tests that are passed, how many tests that are failed, and you can go into the past test and you can see what has happened. And basically it gives what we executed, what is the request that I executed. This is the request that we sent, and this is a request that we have sent, right? This is a request, the request. This is a request that we executed, and what are the response value that we got? What is the response header that we got? All the details are marked here, right? So this is, if you go to this here, and you can basically expand and close it off. And for the second request, this also gives the complete information. It also gives the what kind of status code it has got, and how much time it took to execute. This is basically a detailed report that it gives. Very good report that helps you to helps you to debug the test very easily, right? This gives a lot of information. But only thing what we are missing here is we don't see what is happening, because everything happens very silently. So in order to bring the execution summary into console, so you can also, what you can do basically is you can give two parameters here. One is called as a CLI. CLI is our command line interface, that is a console where to print. Another one is into HTML. You see, it also gives a summary into your console. Along with that, it also generates an HTML report. So every time when you execute, a new report will be generated appending the latest timestamps. I think this is the latest one, right? This is the latest one. So this is how basically it generates a beautiful HTML report. Most of the CI/CD and pipeline tools supports the JUnit reporting, okay, using which they can generate a very beautiful graph showing the test summary, telling how many test cases are that are passed and how many test cases are failed. For this purpose, they use the JUnit reports. So the Newman by default provides this facility. You need not have to install any new package or any new plugin for that. You can directly go to the reporting section and you can go to the JSON report. Sorry, you can go to the you have to go to the JUnit reporter. So JUnit reporter is a built-in functionality within the Newman package itself, and it basically generates an XML report. How to generate that? It is a simple command. You can, instead of here HTML extra, you can just give JUnit, and you can go to folder. You see it has generated an HTML report. Let us open this, and this is the format how it looks like. This will be easily understandable by the command line pipeline tools like GitLab or an Azure DevOps, and using which they generate a very nice pie chart kind of thing that gives the test summary, how many test cases passed and how many test cases failed, giving the test coverage as well. This is how basically we can use the reporting plugin to generate a detailed HTML and XML report. In this video, we explore the concepts of authentication and authorization and demonstrate how to implement them effectively in Postman. This is what we are going to learn in this section: the introduction to authentication and authorization, commonly used authorization methods in Postman, deep dive into popular authorization methods, and practical demonstration and some best practices. Before we deep dive into authentication and authorization and trying to understand them better, it is essential to know the importance of authentication and authorization. Authentication is essential because it ensures that only a genuine users or systems can access sensitive data or perform certain kind of operation on this data. Authentication helps us in security, data integrity, and privacy. These are the most common aspects where authentication helps us. The security, it prevents against unauthorized access to the systems, applications, or data. Verifying identities ensure that only trusted systems or an application or an user can perform certain actions. Data integrity. Authentication helps to prevent unauthorized users from altering the data, thus ensuring its accuracy and consistency. Privacy. It helps to maintain a privacy of our users by allowing the access only to the individual who have a proper credentials. So in general, authentication and authorizations are needed to secure your transactions, thereby allowing the users to perform only the certain actions that they can perform. Let us try to understand the differences between authentication and authorization. Authentication is a process of verifying the identity of a user or a system. It basically ensures that the user or application making a request is indeed a valid user or an genuine user. For example, when you are logging into a website using your username and password, you are basically authenticating your identity. Let us come back to the APIs. In case of APIs, certain transactions are secured. That means when the client sends a request, the server validates the request and trying to understand if it is coming from a genuine client or not. If it is coming from a genuine client, then it basically processes the request and sends the services or a data back to the client. So typical example could be making a payment using a PayPal. In order to make a payment, you need to basically log in into a PayPal account using your email ID or a phone number with the valid password. Once it is successful, then the PayPal allows you to make a payment. This ensures that your payment is secured. We saw that when server receives a request from a client, it validates the authenticity of the client. Okay, and it checks whether the request coming from the valid client or not, and accordingly it grants the access or it denies the access. How does client basically sends his its credential or these details to the server? This is typically handled as part of the request header. So client sends its credential in terms of the basic username or a password or a token or an API keys as part of an API keys embedded into their request headers and sends to the server. Server parses this part of the request header and then checks whether it is coming from the valid client or not, and accordingly it grants the access or it rejects the access. In a simple layman term, you are having an office badge to enter into your office premises. Basically the card reader checks basically who is entering into the office. So authentication is a process of verifying your identity. Now you have an access to enter into your office premises. So you can go to your workplace, you can use the cafeteria, you can use the coffee machine. But are you authorized to enter the server room? No. This brings the concept of authorization. Authorization determines what action the user or a system is allowed to perform after they have been authenticated. It specifies what resources or the data the user is allowed to access. So in summary, authentication asks you, who are you? So for example, your friend is inviting you to a home, and when you ring the doorbell, if he sees your face, then he allows you to come inside his house. And authorization answers the question, what are you allowed to do? Once you enter into his house, you can go to his kitchen, you can go to use his toilets or use his fridge and things like that. Are you allowed to enter into his bedroom? Are you allowed to see his personal laptop? This is what basically authorization means. Let's go to a Postman and see what are the type of authorization it allows. So to do this, you have to get into the one of the request, and in the request you see there is an authorization item. Click on it, and from this list you can see what are the type of authorization Postman supports. It may be no authorization, sometimes for a kind of an public API especially, you need not have to have any kind of security in place. In such cases you can use no authorization. In some cases you follow basic authentication, which is by the username and password, then bearer token. You will have a token. It's basically a string. It's again a JWT. It's again a kind of a token. Then there is an auth1 and auth2. But commonly used methods are basic authorization, bearer token, and auth2. So let us try to understand each one of them in detail. Basic authentication. In case of basic authentication, you will be sending a username and password as part of your request. This information will be embedded with the request header and encoded into base64 format. We will see with an example in Postman. For authentication, let us use the Postman resource called as Postman Echo. This is the link for the documentation of Postman Echo. Let us go into it. And on the right hand side, you can find a lot of the documentation for a lot of the requests. Let us go into the authentication method. One of them is basic authentication. Let's click over here. Click on this particular link. It shows the documentation for basic authentication, and this is the endpoint URL um, where you can use this as an example for doing the basic authentication. And it also says that if you don't pass any of the authentication, then if you execute this request with no authentication, it will give you a 401 error. And if you pass the username and password, then it gives you 200 OK. The username is a username and password is the password here. So let us copy this request and let us go to Postman and create a request. Let us save this request and give a new collection under a new collection as Postman Echo. Create it, give a name as basic auth, then save this request. Try to execute it. It says it gives a 401 because you are not passing any authorization here. It is as expected. So now let us clear the console and try to give a valid username and password via the basic authorization. The username is Postman and password is password. Now try to save this and try to execute this request. Now you see you got a 200 response code and it says authenticated true. Now let us examine this particular the request, and as I already told, the client basically sends the authorization information as part of the request header. If you go under request header, there is a key called authorization under which it says what kind of authorization you are using. It is basic here. Along with that, it is also sending a credential, your username and password, into base64 encoded format. This is how basically the basic authentication works. As soon as the server sees this header, it passes this header and sees that it has a valid authorization, and it allows this particular request and process the request and sends the response back. This is how basic authorization works. Hope you understood. So let's talk about token based authentication. Token based authentication works by verifying user identities via using a token. Token is a string of encrypted data sent to the server by the client, such as browser or a mobile. Let us explore how it works in Postman. For a token based authorization, we can take GitHub as an example. GitHub is a platform to where the developer can manage and track and version control his code. So I also have my own GitHub repository. GitHub basically provides an API to manage your repositories, and to load, not only manage your repository and to do lot more operations automatically. But we will only explore a few things. Just take an example for the token based authorization. Yeah, to generate an personalized token, you have to go to your GitHub and then you have to go to your username under which there is a setting, and under the setting there is a developer setting, and then there is a section for generating your access token. So you can click on token classic and you can generate your own access token. I have already created an access token. I will not go and create it again. Okay, and in this on the left hand side, it gives a lot of APIs where you can perform different operations. I am basically interested in repositories, under which I am interested in listing my own repositories, right? Listing my own repositories, and there is one API for that, which is basically list the repositories for an user. I want to list all my repositories, and this is the endpoint URL I need to use, and the username is an variable here, is a path variable. I'll take this, and it says that it basically needs an token based authorization. Let us go back to our Postman and let us create one more request, and I can give it as an colon so that it appears in my path parameter. I'll give my username. My username is vs Amanullah, and then I come to an authorization. I select token based authorization. It basically see, it gives a recommendation here to use the GitHub based bearer token. Postman gives already a recommendation what kind of bearer token you will have to use, right? So I'll go to bearer token. I will just type some random thing here, okay, just for a demo, and I will try to save this as a get repo. Try to execute this query. Let us clear all of them, execute it. So you see, you got an error as 401 unauthorized. That means you are providing a bad credential. These credentials are not valid. Okay, let us correct this. I'll come here and I will try to give a valid credential. I already stored my token in an variable. Let us try to retrieve this. See here, at the collection level, I have created my already token. I give this token variable and just save this and try to execute it again. You see the success, it is now success, and it basically lists all my repositories. So for example, yeah, whatever the repository I have, it basically lists, right? So this is Jenkins demo, vs Amanullah Jenkins demo. If I go to my own repositories and if I come here, show more, sorry, there is a one repository by name Jenkins demo. This is basically how we use token as authorization method in Postman. Hope you understood this. Let us understand the basics of OAuth2 authentication. OAuth2 is also similar to token based authorization. It works by verifying the user identity using a token, which is basically a token is a string of encrypted data sent to a server by the client. But in case of OAuth2, this token is generated by an intermediate server called as an authentication server based on the client credential, which is called as client ID and client secret. This is a sequence diagram that basically explains OAuth2 based authentication. Here, the clients request and protected resource from a server by sending a client ID and a client secret, which is basically its credentials. Then the authentication server um, verifies the authenticity of the client using the client ID and secret. If it passes, then it basically sends back the token to the client. Then client uses this token similar to the bearer token. Then it binds this token along with the request header and sends a request back to the server. And server again checks the authenticity of this token and sends the response back to the client. And one thing to remember, the token that is generated here has got a time limit. there is an expiration time that is being set uh, to the to this token. It may be in few minutes or a few hours, depending upon the authentication server. This is basically how the entire WAR2 works. Let us see how to generate an WAR2 in Postman. There is no real example I will be showing, but I will show the parameters that is used to generate the WAR token in Postman. Let us go to the authorization section here and let us select WAR2, and if the token is already available, then you can pass the token. Otherwise, you can generate a token using this configuration. Here you will have to specify the name. This is just a name to understand. I can give it as generate a token for GitHub. Then it asks for what kind of credentials that you are passing. Generally, we pass a client credential, which basically consists, if I make it as a different one, then you see basically different things are coming here. But basically, I want with the client credential. In the sequence diagram, I showed with the client credential where I have an client ID and client request. So I'll have to fill the client ID and client secret, which is like an username and password. Then I'll also need to fill a kind of the URL of an authentication server. If you hover it here, it says the endpoint for an authentication server. Okay, this is an intermediate server that checks the authenticity of this client and generate and grants a token and sends back into the client. Then you can also specify the scope, which is the scope of this particular token. Is it limited to what is the scope of this particular token? Then the client authentication. How do you want to send this authentication, as an as part of an authorization header or as a part of the body? Once you send this basically, and yeah, this, then the authentication server generates a token. You take that token and configure here and put it here. Then if you make a request, then it basically gets you the requested resource. This is how you can configure the WAR2 in Postman. In this video, we will learn about data-driven testing, its importance, and how to do the data-driven testing using Postman. When do we need data-driven testing? When you need to run a same request multiple times for different data inputs. Instead of creating a multiple request one by one, we can have one request and we can feed this request with the data from either from the CSV file and the JSON file, and then try to run them automatically. So the data driven testing is mainly used when you have to run a same request with multiple data point. The key use cases when we use the data driven testing with multiple inputs. For example, running a login APIs with different usernames and passwords to ensure that all the scenarios are covered, both the positive and negative scenarios. Validating the API responses using varying data input to validate the correctness of the API responses for the different kind of different conditions. And also the one of the important aspect is the load testing, simulating the multiple users by sending the request with different data sets in the bulk. So we are basically creating the user load by calling these APIs multiple times with different data points. These are the key use cases when we use data-driven testing. Let us see how to perform a data-driven testing in Postman. Let's go to Postman. For this demo, I have created two collections. One to work with the CSV file, another one is to work with the JSON file. So what I am trying to do here in this get request, I try to get the details of an user. So I am passing this as a path variable, right? So I will try to get the details for the 10 user, and I will be passing the data from the CSV file. So for this purpose, I have created a small CSV file, test data CSV file, which has the user ID from 1 to 10, and it has an heading as an user ID. This heading user ID will be used in the script to fetch the data from this CSV file. This script ID, right? This I am setting it as an collection variable. Let us go to the script section and the pre-request section, where I am trying to set the script ID as an collection variable with the value that I am getting retrieved from the CSV file using the function pm iteration data.get. Okay, when I pass user ID as an key, it will try to get the values in that particular column, but one by one. When I try to execute this request with the test data, Postman executes in a loop as many times as there are data sets in the provided test data file. Either it may be in a CSV or in a JSON. In case if it is a CSV, then Postman picks one data set from a row. If it is a JSON, it picks one data object from an array and uses it to run the request. Let's try to add some post response validation. So I already added one test case here to check the response code as 200. I also wanted to add another test case that validates the response body, right? One of the parameters in a response body. For this I will be using this. I will give a name as verify the response ID. Okay, what I'm doing is I'm storing this JSON response into JSON data. But if you see the structure of the JSON data is something like this: JSON object, then under data, under that an ID. So JSON object, under that is a data, under that is an ID, and ID, and this ID has to be evaluated with the ID that we are passing. Okay, so for that, passing from the CSV file, right? So that I will go to the pre-request script. I'll try to get this value. This should work now. Okay, let us try to export this collection and run it from Newman. Let us export this collection, export it, save this collection. I have saved it, saved collection. So it is saved in downloads folder. I'll go to the command prompt and here is a command prompt, and then I will try to execute using a Newman command. Newman run the data driven minus d with the data file test data and generate a report both at the CLI and HTML extra. For this I am using a parameter called HTML extra, which is the reporting plugin that try to execute it. See, all the test cases are passed. Along with that, it also generated a report. So let us open with the HTML. Come back here. You see, we had total 10 iteration, right, and 20 assertion. 10 into 2. We had 2 tests, right? And let us go to the tests one by one. Let us go to the iteration 1. In the iteration 1, the value that was passed is 1. You see, that value has passed 1. And the response was also we got the response as 1, and verify the ID, right? We are verifying the ID with the value as 1. So for the second iteration, if you see, it took the value as 2, and the verification also done with respect to the value 2. That is why it is passed here. So this is how it works. This is how we can do the data driven test using the test data, providing a test data using the CSV file. Now let's try to do the same thing using the JSON, right? Here we will provide the data input to this particular collection via the JSON. For that I am using the this post request, which is trying to create an user, and in the body, if you see, if I go here in the body, it basically takes 2 parameter, name and job, and I have created a small JSON to provide these details, and the JSON file is in the download folder, and try to open this JSON, maybe open, yeah, open JSON here. If you see, I have three data sets with the name and job. So I'll try to input this data set to the collection and try to execute that collection. And before that, I want to explain how I am using this data from the JSON and substituting in the body. Let's go back here. It's the same process that I showcased earlier. I am going to the prerequisite part, and I am trying to get the two parameters. If you see my JSON, it contains two parameters, two keys, name and job, and I'm trying to get using the iteration data function. It goes through your JSON object and iterate over an array and try to get the name for the current iteration, and I try to get the job for the current iteration. I am storing it in two variables, the collection variable, script name and script job, and then in the body I am using them as a variables, right? So I'm passing them as an variables, and let us save this and let us try to export this collection. The collection is exported successfully. If I come to my download folder, I have two collections. One is with the CSV and one is with the JSON. Let us use this one and try to execute it using the newman command. Newman with the collection file is JSON. Sorry, not that one. Here, this is the one. Then my data file is testuser.json. The reporting format will be -r. So CLI, comma, HTML extra. So before running this test, I just forgot. I also have to add some test cases in the post response. Let us go to post response. I already added one test case. As soon as this post the request runs, it is trying to create a record, and the return code will be 201. So after that, I also wanted to uh, basically validate the property of a JSON. For that, I am using this particular function, and if I try to run this, you see it basically gives a name and the it basically returns the name and the job. We'll try to validate this here, and I can run and validate function. This is basically a name that will be equivalent to this particular one. Copy here, paste it here. Again, we will try to make a check for the job as well. So if I come here, yeah, this is a job, and here also it will be a capital job, right? Because my CSV I am giving as a capital letter. Okay, hope this should work. Save this. Again, try to export this collection after the change. The collection is saved. Now let us try to execute this test. Sorry, Let us try to execute the collection using Newman run, then this is the collection name, minus d test user.json minus r, that is CLI, comma HTML extra. As you see, the test is passed now. Let us go back to the HTML report as well. It will be the latest one. This is the latest one. Try to open with the Edge browser. You see the 3 tests are passed, 0 is failed. Total number of assertions are 6. And if I go to this request one by one and see, this is the data that it is passing, okay, for the first time. Second time it is passing a data as Alan Smith. You can compare with the data set that what we inputted. This is how the data driven testing works. In this tutorial, we will understand how to create our own REST APIs for testing purpose. For the creation of our own REST API, I will be using the resource called typecode JSON server. The description here says that get a full fake REST API with zero coding. Let us explore the JSON server, how to create a fake REST API. Let's scroll down. Here it says for the stable version, click here. I'll just go and click here. Let's go and check the documentation. Click here to get started. Before we start working with the JSON server, we need to install a JSON server. JSON server is developed based on Node.js, and before installing the JSON server, you need to install the Node.js. Let's go to the browser and search for Node.js. Then you can go to their official site and then come to downloads, and you can select the particular version of the Node.js that is suitable for your environment, for your operating system. If you're using in Windows, you can select a Windows. If you're using a Mac, then you'll have to select the Mac. Select a particular version that is suitable for you and try to install it. Once the installation is complete, open the command prompt and type the command node version to check if the node.js is installed properly. See, it gives a version 18.16.1. I have installed the 18.16.10. Along with that, also check if the npm is also installed correctly. So if it gives the version number, then it means that it is also installed perfectly. Now what we can do, you can go and install this particular server. So he's asking us to install a particular version of the server. Okay, then take this command, and -J option is to install globally. Then copy this command, come to the command prompt and install it. Okay, once you install it, then you can start the JSON server to create a fake REST API. So once the installation is done, then what you need to do is you need to create a db.json file which acts as basically which acts as a resource for your uh, for your REST API. But in case if you don't create it, when you start a JSON server, it automatically create you a default db.json. and let us take this command and then go and execute it. You see, they started a server. This is the address of your particular server, and if you see, this created a db.json at a path where you started the server. I started a server at documents create API folder. So if you see, db.json is also created in the same folder. Let us go and open this db.json. When I open a db.json, you see there are three, basically the three entities: post, comments, and profile. Okay, and let us also go to the command prompt and take this particular address and then go to the browser and paste it here. You see, our JSON server is running perfectly, and we have three resources. We have the three resources which are post, comment, and profile. Okay, that is what it is listed in this JSON file. Let us go and edit this JSON file. I want to create a REST API, do the employee management. For that purpose, I will be creating an array of employee records. Okay, let us go and do that. I already have the JSON that is prepared, so I'll just copy and paste it here. Let us paste the JSON. This is my employees JSON. I have an array of employee records which has got the entities like ID, the first names, last name, and the job description. I have created basically the 5 records. If I go to the command prompt, if everything is green, then it means to say that your JSON is correct. Let us try to introduce an error in the JSON. For example, I will take out this comma and try to save. Then you see there is an error. It basically indicates there is an error at this particular location. Let us go and fix this error by putting a comma. Let us put a comma and save. Let us again come back here. You see, it says that read error has been fixed. And if you see now, we have currently have only one resource by the name employee. Let us go to our JSON server and see what it shows. I'll go and refresh this page, and you see now it only shows one resource by the name employees, and here if you see 5x, it basically says that it has got 5 records. So I have here 5 records. Let us go and add one more record here. That will be the 6th record, and I will put as Evelyn Jacobs, and she's a dev engineer. Let us save this, and also there is an error. Let us check whether it indicates an error. Yes, that's basically I missed the comma here. Put the comma, save it. You see, it fixed the error. Again, let us go back to the server and see here the record has been increased by 1. Okay, now let us use this API to perform some tests like get, post, patch, and all these options. All these will use all these HTTP methods, and let us perform some tests. Let's go to the Postman. Before going to the Postman, let us copy the endpoint URL, go to the Postman, and I will create a new request. It's a get request, and I will try to save this request under a new collection.
I will give a new collection. I'll give the fake API, create it, under which I will give this name as get all employees. Save this, run this. You see, let us close this. You see, it gave all the 6 records. Now, if I want only one record, this particular record I want to display the information about the ID to, then what I can do is I can put slash, include a path variable as an ID, and then give a value as 2. Save this. You see, I got the information related to a particular user whose ID is 2. Now let us try to create a new record, employee record, and for this I will copy this particular URL and I will create a new request, and which is of type a post request, and this request basically needs a body, and the body should be something like this. Okay, I will go to the body, I will give a raw one, and then I can also put it as beautify. Instead of test troop, I will give it as Daniel Eindhoven, something like this, and he is our agile coach, and I will put it as an ID 999. Okay. And let's save this as save this request name as create employee. Okay, let us save this request, try to execute it. When once it is successful, it should return us. Okay, let us do one thing. Yeah, let us not give an ID because it automatically creates a new ID, right? Let's save this, and once it is successful, it should return us 201. You see, 201 it created. The ID is 7, and let us go to our JSON. See, the JSON got updated with a new data. Okay, this is how the post works. Now I am going to update this particular record using the put method. Okay, let us go to Postman. So instead of this post request, I have to use a put request. But since I am going to update a particular the record, I need to know the identifier. For that purpose, I will be using an ID as a path variable here. I'll give the ID value as 7. Then I'll copy this particular body and go to the body of the put request, put here, and I'll change these values, and I'll put it as Tilburg. Instead of agile coach, I will add as product owner. Now I'll save this, execute this. This should give me 200, and also this particular record should get updated. You see how it works, how the put method works. Now I want to update the first name. I don't want to update the entire record, but I want to update only the first name. In that case, I can do this using the patch method. Let us see how to do it. Let us go to the Postman and create a new request which is of type
patch, and let's copy this one. Here also we need a particular identifier where the record needs to be updated, and the ID is 7 here. Okay, I will only take this name, and again I go to Postman, go to a body, I'll give it as raw, I'll put it in a curly brace, value as Karim, right? Remaining part of the remaining values will still remain the same, and only the first name is going to change here. I just save this, give a name as update single value, or update first name. Okay, save this. So it worked. When I come here, yeah, it also updated, right? No, it did not update. Why? Yeah, let us check this. Send this request. Oh, I gave the ID as 5. Sorry. Yeah, I gave the ID as 5. Supposed to give the ID for 7. Okay. So it updated this particular record. Okay. Record with identifier as 5. This is how the put method works. Now let us try to delete this particular record with an ID 7. For this also we need an identifier. We'll use the delete method. I copy paste this here, and I to create a new request which is of type delete, and I don't need any body. Delete user, yeah, sorry, it is 404. It's expected because I did not give any value for this ID. Now I'll pass the ID value as 7 and try to execute it again. You see, it is successful now, and this particular record got deleted from our JSON. This is how the delete method works. In case if you want to stop the server, you can come to the command line and press Ctrl C. It got exited now, and when we go to this server, yeah, you see this is not able to load this particular page. When I try to refresh, it says that you cannot load this page. That is because now we stop the server. Now again, start the server again. Let us start the server again. Yeah, let's go and refresh. See, we got it back. Okay, so hope you understood how the JSON server works, and how we can create our own fake APIs for testing. In this video, we will walk you through the process of executing Postman collections within a Jenkins job. This is a very crucial step in integrating automated test into your CI/CD pipeline. This enables continuous testing and ensures a smooth and efficient delivery process. If you are new to Jenkins or want to deepen your understanding of CI/CD concepts such as what CI/CD is, the role of Jenkins in CI/CD, Jenkins master and slave architecture, configuring Jenkins with source code management, creating Jenkins job to clone the repository, and running the test, check out my CI/CD explained playlist. The links will be provided in the description section. Let's quickly recap our previous lesson on running the Postman collection via the command line using Newman. The documentation for the Newman can be found under the GitHub repository. This is a link for the Newman GitHub repository. If you scroll down here under the description section, it says Newman is a command line collection runner for Postman. It allows you to effortlessly run and test a Postman collection directly from a command line. So Newman is a command line tool for executing the Postman collection. So in order to run any test from Jenkins, you need to have an command line tool. So we will be using Newman as a command line tool to run the Postman collections via Jenkins. Newman requires Node.js with the minimum version of 16. If you scroll down, it says here to run Newman, ensure that you have Node.js version 16 or greater. If you haven't installed Node.js on your machine, please follow this link to install Node.js. Once the Node.js installation is complete, you can go to the command line and type a command node -- version. This will display you the version of Node.js that is installed on your machine. In my case, I have installed version 18.20.5. Once Node.js is installed, you can proceed to install Newman. You can install Newman using the command npm install -g Newman in your command prompt. You can come to command prompt and type that command. So -g flag here indicates you're installing the Newman globally. Once the installation is complete, you can come to the command prompt and check the version of the Newman that is installed on your machine. You can use the command Newman -- version. It gives the Newman that is installed on your machine. In my case, I have installed 6.2.1. Now you are ready to run the Postman collection using Newman. For this session, I have prepared user management API collection with few test and collection variable to demonstrate the entire process. And if you see here under Postman, we have a collection user management API for CI, under which we have few methods, the post, get and opt. So what I will be doing, I will be running the few tests. The first test will be creating an user. So if you followed my earlier lesson, so if you come here, so I will be using the base URL. Base URL is a collection variable. If you go to collections and then if you edit the collection, under which if you come to the variables, you can find the variables here. So base URL points to https res.in. Okay, and this is a base URL. Then we will be calling the /API/user to create an user. So what I have done here, I have written a script that will automatically creates the name by random name. And if you see the if you go to request res.in and go to the documentation of post, and you see the body should contain the two parameters, the name and job. Here the name will be generated automatically using a script, and job I will be always hard coding it. Okay, if I come to my script part, under the prerequisite script, I have written a small function that will generate a random name using the first name and last name arrays. So it will be picking the it will going through the array randomly and picking the name. Okay, so sometime it can give you John Smith, or it can also give you John and Johnson, John and Brown, and etc. etc. We really don't know. It will automatically calculate based on the random. It will generate a random index, and based on the index, it will collect the first name and last name and combine the name and send back to us. Okay, that value will be stored in a collection variable. If you see, this value will be stored in a collection variable by name, username for create. Okay, and if you can come to the collection variable again here, and there should be a variable by that name. Okay, currently it has a value Sophia Jackson, but while running the script it will change. Okay, it will be overwritten. Okay, that is my pre-script, and that is my pre-script. Under the post script, once the user is created successfully, it should return me 201. Okay, 201 is a code when a particular resource gets created under the endpoint. And I will also be checking whether the created the record has a name that I have passed as part of the body. So here if you come, I will be comparing, I will be getting the collection variable by this particular variable and comparing with the whatever the data I get it as part of a JSON response. Under JSON response there will be a data, there will be a key called name which stores the value. Okay, let us go and run this now to test it manually. And if you see, so as a body, right, as a body it passed Emma Harris. Okay, as a body it has passed an Emma Harris with a job as leader, and by the response also we received the name as Emma Harris and leader. And if you go to the test, and we have created two tests for 201 and test the name. Okay, I can also, if you need, I can also put a log here. I think I should have already put that right under the script. So I'll be pre-script. So I'm logging that random name. If I go to the console log here, if I can go to the console log by clicking here, you can see the whatever the name I have created, right, as part of the random function is Emma Harris. Okay, I can also beautify this little bit by giving little bit more information under my pre-script. If I come to the pre-script, I can also write console log random name, the generated name is plus random name. Okay, let's save this and let execute. Yeah, this time it generated a name as David White, and also we are getting a response as a David White. That is what we are trying to compare as part of the post response. Okay, so there under the JSON you have an key called name, and under the key name the value will be stored. That is what I am basically retrieving it here and trying to compare. That is about the post. Then I also have an API. I am trying to get particular resource which is not existing. In that case you should get a value as 404 because that particular resource is not available. Let us try to run this. Resource 23 is not available, so the return code is 401. The resource could not be found. So I am trying another API, get result for an user 2. Instead of passing the user at 23 here, I'll be passing the user value with an ID. If you come to parameter, ID is an user ID, and if you go to the collection variable, if you can go to the collection variable here, the ID is 2. Okay, the ID is 2, so I'm passing the ID as 2, and so if I run this, it basically gives me the detail of ID 2. Okay, so if I come to my script, I'll be verifying whether this particular API is executed successfully or not, because it will give me an response code of 200. Along with that, I will also be collecting the JSON body and trying to validate. I'm trying to validate the user ID, that is the number 2, that is what here, and also the user email. I think user email also should be a part of my variable. All right, user email is janetweaver at request response.in. Okay, that is what I am also getting it here. Okay, and option is basically tells you what are the options that are allowed for this particular endpoint. It can be get, it can be head, post, all the methods, but it is not coming as part of the body. Okay, here the body is the empty body has no content, but the header has a content, so we will be getting the header here. Okay, and validating this. Okay, let's try to execute this manually. And if you see, the body is basically nothing is there in the body. Okay, and if I go to an header, under the header there is an key called access control allow origin. No, sorry, the access control allow methods. Okay, this is a key and this has a value. So for this particular endpoint, right, it supports these methods: get, head, put, patch, post, delete, HTTP methods. So I am getting that value and comparing whether it has a string called get, it has a string called head, put, patch and post, etc. Okay, this is how I am doing it. Okay, this is my user management API collection that I will be using it for integrating with Jenkins and running it via Newman. In order to run the Postman collections from Jenkins, we'll have to follow the following steps. First, you need to export the Postman collection and run it locally via the Newman. Okay, so once it is successful, then push this the collection into the GitHub repository. We will be creating a new GitHub repository and pushing the collection. And after that, we'll also make sure that the slave machine has got all the prerequisite installed. Okay, Jenkins slave machine should have the node.js and Newman. In case if you're using any kind of the reporting the plugins, that also needs to be installed under the slave machines. Okay, after that we'll have to create a Jenkins job that will clone the Postman collection from the GitHub repository and execute the test using the Newman. Now let us export this collection. So you can go to the collection and then 3 dots under which there is something called export. This basically will export all the collection, okay, like all the tests under this collection along with the collection variables. Okay, so let's start export. Use the version as v2.1, and this basically asks me where to store this. I have already created a folder called Postman collection. I'll go and save this collection. When you are exporting the collection, it will be exported as JSON format. Let's go and save this. Let's go to the folder where this particular collection is saved. Then bring the command line there by typing command. Then you will have to use the Newman command line options to run the test. So Newman can run the Postman collection using the Newman run the path for the collection, example / sample collection.json. So you can also include some other parameters. For example, I think for example, if you are using, so if you are using an environment variable, so then you can pass the environment variable collection via the command line argument as -e. If you are using any kind of a data driven kind of test where your test involves data in the form of CSV or in JSON, then you can specify your data source via the -d operation. Okay, so in our case we are not using -e or -g because our tests are very plain test. We are not using any kind of environment user variables. We are just using the collection variables. In that case, we can just go and run the collection using Newman run with our path to our collection. Okay, and in case if you really want to generate a report, then you can also specify the argument -r and then the type of the report you want. If you specify a CLI, it will basically print a log on your command line itself. And if you want a JUnit kind of a report, then you can also give the comma JUnit. Okay, so what we can do, we can go and use this Newman run. You can come here, Newman run, and the collection name is, and I will also pass -r, and you'll have to pass within a quote. Then you can specify CLI, comma, then I will be using JUnit. I want to generate a JUnit based report. Then just enter. Test will get executed and if you see, it says the iteration is 1. That means it executed the test one time and there were 4 requests. Okay, if you see, if you go to the Postman, there were 4 requests, 1 2 3 4, and then there were 8 test scripts. And I see, see if we can go to Postman under the scripts, if you see, and we have for everything we have 2, 1 2, here 3, here 4 5, here 6 7. Okay, 6 7. Yeah, so assertions are 7 and test scripts are 8. Okay, that is because somewhere I will be using not only the post script, I'll also be using the pre-script, that is I think under create user. Okay, there is also a pre-script. Okay, this is the one. Okay, so there are totally 8 scripts. Okay, and there are 7 assertions. Assertions are basically the post response, whatever we are basically comparing here, that is called as an assertion. Okay, the validation is called as an assertion here. Okay, and it also says that it took around 793 milliseconds, and it yeah, this is not needed actually. And if we can come to that particular folder, right, if you can go to that particular folder, under Newman there is a test report that is being generated, which is of type JUnit. Okay, so now we are ready, and now it is a time that we can push our code into Git repository. And before that, we need to create a Git repository under GitHub. Okay, let us go to GitHub and create a repository. In order to create a repository under GitHub, you need to have an account. I already have an account. If you don't have an account in GitHub, I have created a video that basically shows how to create a new user account under GitHub. So what I will be doing here, I am going and creating a new repository. For that, I will have to click on a new, and I will give a name as Postman Collection, or specifically I can also write as Jenkins Postman Collection. I will make it as a public repository. I will give a name as to run Jenkins, to run the Postman Collection using Jenkins. Then I will say go and create. My repository is created. First time the repository is empty, so you will have to clone the repository. I will be using SSH to clone the repository. In order to clone the repository, you need to have a you need to install the Git as a tool, Git for Windows as a tool, and I have done all these steps. You can also go and refer my video, how to set up an SSH key, how to clone, and how to push it. Okay, so what I will be doing, I will be going to the location where I have exported the collection. Here what I will do, I will bring up the git bash, then I will type git clone a space, then this command. So I can just copy this. I can go and copy this, or I can click here to copy it. Then I will paste it here. This has cloned, but the repository is empty. Then what I will do, I will just copy this collection and I paste it here. Then after that, I will have to go inside the folder Jenkins. Then if I go and type git status, it gives me the new file which is untracked. I'll go and add this file. then I will again check git status. This is added, and I will use git commit -m for comment collection. Okay, then I will push. This will move the file from my local repository to GitHub repository. Once it is done, we can go and check here and refresh here. You see the file is been added. Okay, now my second step is also completed. Now I will have to ensure that slave machine has all the prerequisites. I will be using my local machine as a slave machine, so that means everything is installed here. So we can directly go now to the step number 4. You can access the Jenkins via localhost 8080 with the port 8080, and you can see the starting page of landing page of Jenkins here. You'll have to give an username. My username is testtroop. Once you log in, then you have to go to my views, or you can also create a new job using create new item, under which you'll have to give a job name. I will give as run the Postman collection. Then select a type of the project as a freestyle project. Click OK. Here you'll have to give a description to run Postman collection. Then I want to restrict where this project to be run, and I have configured the Windows slave by name Windows 11 slave. Then I will have to say what is your source code management system. I will be using GitHub, which is based on Git. Then I'll have to give the repository name. The name of the repository, you can find it going to the code and copying this. Always use SSH. Copy this, give it here. Now it will give basically an error because it needs a proper credential to access that. I have already configured a credential. Once you give this error should go, and I will also specify the branch. By default it will be a master, but in case of Git repository it will be using main as a branch. So I'll have to replace master with main here. Then you can leave other sections as it is. Then you'll have to come down and add a build step. Okay, so I will be executing the Windows command, so I'll have to add the execute Windows batch command. So I have to go to command line, then I will have to copy paste this command. Then I can so this is my command, and after that I can basically save this, and again I can go back to configure. I can also add the post build action. Okay, in case of post build action, I want to add JUnit task that will help me to display the report in a proper format. So I'll be creating, as part of the new man, I'll be creating the JUnit report. I want to basically publish this JUnit report in a proper format, and here it asks the path where exactly you can find the reports. I think the JUnit reports are generated under the folder called newman, so I can give it as newman / star.xml. Retention for all the test, remaining things I will keep it as it is. I am not going to change. Okay, so basically it basically asks the path where your the XML files can be found, right? In our case it is under newman/xml. The path is relative to the path of your repository. Okay, then I will save, then I will apply, then I will save. My job is ready to run, but before that I have to go to my I will have to go to dashboard. Then there is manage Jenkins, under which I have a note. If you see, this is where I want to run my test, but unfortunately this is offline. So let's click on this, and I am using the Windows, so I will be using this command to bring that slave online. Okay, so I'll have to basically go to the folder D work Jenkins, because this is the remote repository. While configuring the Jenkins slave, I have given this path, so I'll go to that path. I think this is a path, D work Jenkins. Then I'll bring the command line here, and then I will have to execute this command, java-jar agent.jar. I have already downloaded the agent.jar. If you don't have the agent.jar, then you can download using this particular command. Okay, yes, it is connected now. Let's go back to our dashboard, and if you see manage Jenkins nodes, so this is online now. So now we can go back to our dashboard. Then I go back to my views, run Postman, then click on build now. The task is started, the execution is started now. Let us wait for some minutes. Execution is done and it is passed. Let us click here. Then you can go to console output. Under the console output, yeah, you can see the logs from the console output. You're trying to run the 4 requests, right? Yeah, this is how the data looks like. Basically it was printing in a table format. If you see, when it was running in the command line, it was giving a beautiful table like this, but yeah, Jenkins log is not showing that in a proper format. Okay, so but nevertheless our job is done, and let us go and see the report. If you see the report, it says that I have executed 7 tests here. Okay, so yeah, if I go to here again, and if I click the test result, which is at the same hierarchy at the console output, I can see the detailed report here. So basically it has executed 7 tests, all of them are passed. If I try to click inside, it will give me the detailed it will give me the detailed result. What are the 4 APIs that I have been using, right? The create user, get user node, and HTTP request in API. That is because I did not give a proper name to this. I have stored this as something like this. So what I can do is I can change the name as check option here. Then I will, this is saved now, right? Yeah, this is saved now. What I have to do is I have to again export at the same place. I want to replace it. Then what I will do, I will come back. Then I will copy this. Then I will paste this here. I will replace this. Then I will use git here, because this is my repository. If I put git status, it says that there is a change. Then again I have to do git add. Then I have to use git commit. Then I have to use git push. Now the latest code base is gone to the latest code base has gone now to the git repository. Now what we will do is we will come back here, and if you command here, so there are two commits. Okay, there are two commits. One was earlier and one was just now. Now if you run the test, the name should change. It is done. Click on this #2, then come back to the test result, come back to the root. Yeah, it's still there, right? Yeah, this may be from the old. Okay, now if you come back to console log, I think how many tests it has got executed. Create user check option. Yes, 1 2, yes, 4 tests, 4, and yeah, so it's totally it is 7 tests only, but I think it was retaining the data from its previous run. That is why it is showing us the results of the old API as well. Okay, yeah. Now let us go and wipe out the workspace. That may clear the test results. Let's go to the workspace and wipe out the current workspace. Give it as yes, and now let us try to run it again. Execution is complete. Now let us go and click here. That will brings out the console log as well as the test result. Go under root, and if you see here, now only we have 4 options. Okay, by wiping out the workspace, we can clear the previous history as well, right? That brings us to the end of this session. I hope you enjoyed learning with me. If you find this video helpful, please support the channel by subscribing and turning on the notification so that you don't miss any new content. Stay tuned for more exciting videos, and thank you for watching.